You say it's a little bit too much. You're laying on him, Snaps.
He's thinking,
the
though.
truth, yo.
But what
Yeah,
Paul said is not wrong. You know, I mean, the money is more of a motivation factor than.
Is that
because,
wrong?
Yeah, because no. Oh, depends on what you want.
It is. What do you mean no?
Well, no, the fact that he's admitting
it
is not wrong. Bro.
What do you mean? There you go. You're doing it now.
Yeah, I know.
This is why you're untrustworthy. Depends on what you want.
Yeah, I'm trustworthy. Okay.
So because you want money like everybody does, we're gonna sacrifice the truth and what's right to get it.
You're not gonna just keep on like talking until like.
How can you not see that? What am I missing here? How do you not see that and understand that?
How does he not see it's a business?
You act like this is like life or death at this moment or something. This shit's crazy, man.
I know nothing matters. The guy, no one cares.
I didn't say that, but like,
is it wrong?
Well, shut up, bro. God damn, annoying. Okay. The point is, I was gonna say is, it depends on what you want. For sure, it is important to you then. But in this, you didn't let me finish. You're running your mouth. In the grand scheme of things, yes, it is wrong, because doing what is right, love, and doing all that good stuff is better than wealth. It's more valuable, right? For sure. But that's what I'm saying. I'm being a realist, a pragmatist in the sense that it matters to what you want, bro.
A good
but in
name
the end,
is
there's
better
only
than,
one thing there. Go ahead.
A good name is better than riches and gold. That's in the Bible, so you're right there. And obviously, you have to plan and prepare your different harvests and shit, which would be money. That you got to do both.
Right.
Is love quiet, non-confrontational, polite? Is that what love is?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
It could be tough love, like beat your ass so you don't get in trouble.
It could be.
Isn't love supposed to be honesty, truth?
I think so.
Isn't that what love really is?
I think so.
So if my son or my daughter or whatever is fucking up their life, shooting up heroin or whatever, I'm supposed to say, "Oh, it's okay."
No. I get you. I get you. Of course, you can do. You don't want to be an enabler. Tough love, like kick their ass, try to get them to stop. But in the end, they gotta want to stop for themselves.
Yeah, but
this is kind of a tricky question though, because it deals with.
I don't know. Why don't you go ahead?
Sorry, the word truth. There's an old saying, right? Truth hurts. So the minute any kind of truth comes out to many of these people, I won't mention any names, they get very triggered, they get very oppositional, very defiant, very unable to accept any sort of, because the triggering is too strong for them. So they're not willing to accept the love.
Look, I gotta defend Paul here. I gotta defend Paul here when he says is it wrong or not wrong.
Wait. Joe saying something. Then hold on, bro. Like, damn, niggas. Like, go ahead, Joe.
Thank you. I was saying I'm glad I'm hopped up here today. You made it worth my day to hop up here today, but you making the truth and love connection there.
That was a good one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, he said absolutely nothing.
So
the word is there's absolutely nothing.
No, we're not gonna do that. Like just this like throwing what he said in the he's
just because I'm not glazing. So I get heat for not glazing.
He's close signing and you just throw it under the bus. I'm not gonna let you do that.
No, I'm saying he said something that had nothing to do with any of these. I've always pointed out.
It did. Okay, I disagree, but go ahead.
My whole thing is this a tricky question. I see what Paul's saying, because think of this. I know for a fact people like Paul and even yourself in the future, I warned you about this when we had our private conversation. I said, when you start to get more successful, you will have pogos and other entities come into play, and then we get to see where you're at. And when I told him there's good cop, good pogos, bad pogos, I see where Paul's, because imagine if Paul sold out, played the fucking mainstream media game, did the connections, cuts like you, whatever, and did that. And that's what some of us take a sacrifice to not be sellout. And whether I like the guy or not, Rob is admitting he's okay to be in a sellout for money and pogo optics. Like there's no diss around that. Whereas I could look at others and say, I've seen Paul enslaved, tempted, and he's never done that. He didn't go that route. And you too, and others out there, it doesn't mean we can't communicate, doesn't mean we can't defend them, doesn't mean we can't work with them. But when you have this type of loyalty in a business manner, you could see where it's coming from. So yeah, it's sellout optics to me. That's all I'm saying.
Going back to what Lou Bass was saying is what is
What a tip I'll bang. It's all out, you don't got no shame. Who should I give my love? Where should I leave this pain? Yeah, 1 out of 5 and 1 out of 2. Yeah, what did eyes I really owe? Yeah, 1 out of 5 and 1 out of 2. She wanna be like me, I wanna be like her, If anyone touch my baby, I'm taking that boy off the earth. Yeah, wiping that boy off the surface. Yeah, spinning on top of his hearse. You think that he in his bad, boy, I turn your skin to a purse. Yeah, turn his ass into a Birkin. Selling it like it's my merch. Got him writing his name in cursive. We putting that boy in verse. We fucking around like nurses. Flying around like birds. Smack it up, they do what they do. If your boys are cursing. What in the chamber I bang? It's all out, you don't got no shame. Who should I give my love? Where should I leave this pain? Yeah, 1 out of 5 and 1 out of 2. Yeah, what did eyes I really owe? Yeah, 1 out of 5 and 1 out of 2. Stand on the top like you. Whatever I say they do. And I've been on both sides. I was down there too. They had shit to lose. And I was praying I do. I was praying I would one day. I was praying I do. Brave and take it all in. Yeah, come alive from the city of God, the city of sin. But my peace got lost in tears. I cried, they rolled off of my skin. If they catch me right now, they got no case, she'll put me in. Whoa, 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 whoa. Toss me like Alonso. Whoa, 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 whoa. So far, too far gone.
What's up, everybody? Gabriel Carbo back at it again at NPC The Game, live from Taiwan. The builder. Yeah, man. Today's episode, don't be a fool like your daddy. If you want to be happy, open panel in the news. Mantra 93 in effect. That's the new wave. Shout out to Lizard Tree. I see you, Reddington, Mel, Furby, Neurojack, Modern Man Lost Again, Machine Lies, Stanley Cross, Ben Real. Peace on to you, Brother Ali. And Calix. Yeah, it's good to be here. Good to be here. Good to be back. It's been a minute. I think my voice is about 100% now, as it should be. The new wave, different wave, huh? Yeah, we're different. It's a different type of loop. This loop is going figure eight and getting hyphy. Yeah. Go up, 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 evolve, then come down a little bit. Take a look back and then go back up again, right? To repeat the cycle. I don't know, man. It's just wild, bro. Every day something new, learning something new. Million things. Yeah, that's the mantra, learning something new every day. Humor mixed with empathy. Can't lose, man. Cannot lose on this shit. All you gotta do is laugh on that. Laugh and build, right? So, yeah, today's episode, don't be a fool like your daddy if you want to be happy. That's that Mary J. Blige, right? I'm the only woman for you. What if you can hear that fan in the back? Can you hear that fan? I got a new fan. It's hot. It's officially summer out here. Officially summer. How about from where you're at? Yeah. Brother Ali over there in Cleveland, Ohio, right? Wild out there. I would assume it's a little bit humid. I remember a couple years back when I was in San Francisco in the Haight-Ashbury, and it wasn't even June yet. It must have been the end of May, and it was hot. And it's rare when you get a hot day in May. We're already in June. Oklahoma, okay. Hot in Oklahoma. I wonder if you get lizard tree. I wonder if you get the humidity, huh? Because I'm as a Cali guy, I'm used to that dry heat. You can get damn near 100 degrees, you will not even feel it. You're not even feeling that humidity in there. It's cold in the Bay? Really? Shit, tell me about it. Pop up. It's cold in the Bay Area right now. Wow, that's very surprising. It's kind of weird there sometimes, though. Yeah. Yeah. Where is coming from? Oh yeah, that was coming from that was that 1.1K stream, that toxic, what was it called? Dirty Works. OTW and I, the first and last time we collaborated on the channel. Yeah. Paul getting hyphy, getting worked up. I guess this is like times we say this doesn't mean anything. This is just YouTube, but it means a lot, I guess. Yeah. Outside it's hot. Oh, outside of SF it's hot. Oh, so you're literally in the SF, bro. Okay. You're always gloomy and whatnot. Can't get over it. Yeah. But such a beautiful city, San Francisco. People want to throw dirt on the name of the city. And I guess I can understand why. I can see the perspective if you're all you know of what you hear. Even if you live there and you're tired of seeing poop on the ground, human poop. If you're tired of your $2 million condominium, the parking garage is filled with tents from the transients and homeless people, drug addicts, right there. But underneath all that, there's a beautiful city, one of the best walking cities in the world. Yeah. That's where it's at. Let me see. We got a guest. We got a visitor.
Good job, Gabriel.
What's up, Furby? Melanie, how's it going?
Why did that say good job, Gabriel? Good job for getting a guest?
Yeah, just for being me, man. I need those affirmations. Positive reinforcement. Yeah, plus we got Mel, a legend.
Good job, Gabriel.
That's my wife. Yeah. She had to make the trip to up north to Taipei. Her aunt died. So that's where she just left. She just left over there. Yeah.
That's sad.
Yeah. Does that make any better when we go, she was old? It's kind of mean, right? No, but it is sad, I guess.
I mean, it makes it better to know if they just like kind of died of old age rather than going through something violent. So.
Yeah, well, violent but sudden. Whereas there's a lot of old people I see here, bro, where they're very old and they're just hanging in there with a tube in their nose at the park with their helper. Quality of life.
I wasn't there when my grandma died, but a lot of my family was, so I heard the story pretty vividly. And she had gone to lay down while everybody was still up at night, and she had a heart attack. But she like got up out of bed, didn't say anything, and then just like collapsed on the floor when she saw.
Holy crap!
And
Did
you
she-
know,
she-
no, she made no like cries of pain or anything, so we assumed it was relatively painless because after that she was unconscious until she passed. So
Yeah. Before, was she walking around much before she got up like that?
again, I wasn't there, but it sounded like there was no reason to assume there was anything off. And when she said she was going to lay down, she just said she was tired.
I see. Yeah. Sorry about your loss.
Oh, it was a while. It was a while ago now. I've gone through the processes.
Let me get this guy up here. The Supreme Gentleman, Neurojack. What's going on, man? 2.0.
Yeah, I'll
like
take
that.
it. I'll take it.
Yeah.
I like
How's it going, bro?
I like old Elliot. He's
Elliot Rogers.
you know, he's just a misunderstood fellow.
He was a Eurasian. Misunderstood. He was. You should have had it all, right? Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
maybe one day the Eurasians and the Blasians and all those people
All
can
come together.
unite the clans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks like she's
yeah,
mixed. Go ahead.
Oh no, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Nero. What you got for us, man?
Oh no, I was just gonna ask. What's this? I didn't understand the subject of the title, so I wanted to clarify that.
Oh, I do. Can I try? Can I take a stab?
Yeah, go ahead.
So
My PR right here.
So a lot of our daddies, right? They can teach you good stuff, but they're also kind of like stuck in their ways. And the world that that like not just our daddies, but our granddaddies and all that have created is kind of crap now, and we don't want to make the same mistakes they make.
Well, do
Yeah.
you mean biological daddies, or
Boomers.
do you mean like our parasocial daddies or something?
Everything. So you can take it.
All that.
You can take it to the granular of like your biological daddy, and if he's an alcoholic, don't be an alcoholic, all the way up to founding fathers and blah blah blah.
So we're leaving mothers out of the fray for the moment.
Women are perfect. Feminism for the win.
Oh wow.
Well,
No, no, we can say narrow. No, the women are very imperfect. It's because they're taking the man's lead, and the man's not doing his job. So that's why the women are. The women they don't know no better. They don't have a good leader.
Aside from when they do feminism.
well, or if a woman has a penis, but we'll get into that another time, I think. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to be transgressive, but I just want to make sure that our definitions are
Okay, that
lined
was
up.
funny.
So. Say what?
Yeah.
That was punny.
Well, but do they? But does it
Oh yeah, that
line
was
up?
good.
So, but does it line or measure up, so to speak, or?
But what would I in terms of like? I think the women everyone's messing up. Like Mel, I would add like not just the men, but as men we'll take the burden, we'll take the responsibility. People like to say blame around here. We'll take it because that's what we do, right? With great reward, there's great
somebody
risk.
has to take responsibility.
Yeah.
Somebody has to take responsibility.
So if the men were doing their job, these daddies, there'd be a lot better. There'd be a lot better people walking around, probably.
Yeah.
More fun, having more fun and whatnot.
Bill Eater says something interesting a lot to me, so I'll just repeat what he says to start out with, because it's the first thing that comes to mind. And he says, the hard part for our generation is that a lot of us have a much higher IQ or EQ or whatever you want to call it than our previous generations did, and so we're put in a very difficult spot where we have to process things with this understanding that we will never be understood by our fathers, if that makes any sense.
Do you think there's just too much frontal cortex going on? Too much meaning, like too much overthinking, critical thinking? Like we're too smart for our own good?
Well, we certainly think we're too smart for our own good. if that makes any sense. Like maybe we. I mean, I personally think that we are overthinking things, but also in another sense, like somebody has to overthink things. So like, who's going to take on that burden? You know what I mean? Like, and if other people aren't pulling their share, then it's kind of no wonder that other people take a heavier load. That sounds bad, but yeah. But you know what
we
I
have
mean.
test computers now for overthinking things.
Yeah.
What do you mean by that?
I think it's helping.
It's kind of a joke about how AI is just an evolution of the war game type chess computers they used to use to strategize.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, that's like good old Landry, Modern Man Gone. Like when he was running simulations like 6 months ago about like Panelverse stuff using astrology and AI about people's like certain players and whatnot. And I kid you not, man. Like we must have ran like at least 7 simulations of like what could happen with like quote unquote real drama. And that motherfucker was very accurate. And I mean, it had some weird stuff, but it was, and that's what I called it ever since I called this, we're simulating with this AI, wargaming it, right? So that's what's going on here, right? Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't going that deep with it. It was just, that's probably what we're going to end up doing is trying to make connections between things that we don't have the capacity for any individual to comprehend. Because there's a lot of interdisciplinary ways of understanding the world, and it's hard to be both a generalist and a specialist at the same time.
Yeah, that was my major interdisciplinary studies, integral studies. It was basically just like take whatever you want, make something good that works for you. Hopefully, it'll help people.
Well, this is part of the problem, though. Is like, and this is a problem within a lot of things, and so I'll try to be vague because I think the more specific it gets, the more contentious it'll get. But
well, as you get up here, let me hold that thought. Keep it. We got a guest, but you're next, Nero.
I forgot about the beer. You want some? How about some ether?
What?
Never mind.
What's up, Mr. Peel Eater? Greetings.
Good morning from Busan.
Yes, sir.
Hello, and I have time to talk and just say hi.
Oh, that's good. That's awesome. Yeah, we definitely need your take on what's going on, what's really going on. But Nero, you were leading us into.
Yeah, well, I'll just say this really briefly, and because I want to ask Pillator to get into his theory on like how we deal with our fathers versus where we're at. But I will say, the problem is like kind of prophecies become self-fulfilling prophecies, and it's kind of like the whole observer thing. Like if we observe something, don't we change it? So meaning like with your prediction model, like by predicting the model, maybe you've kind of spoken it into existence, or at least set it on a course where it's more likely than not likely or something. So I don't know. That's kind of where I would take it because language and models, don't necessarily change everything, but they certainly can influence, the course of events, I guess you'd say. But
are you talking about logistics?
Not necessarily.
The blind. Yeah. Yeah, Peter, what do you think about that? Like the daddy issues, biologically, and also like we said, how'd you phrase it? Parasocial. You think this is an issue going on?
I think if we're talking about daddy issues, that'd be a psychoanalysis thing. But if it wasn't psychoanalysis, then it would be about the ethics of paternalism, whether you would have to reevaluate your own father or your mother to see if they could have done more or were sufficed, or that you were conditioned to believe that is parenting. And I guess that's a whole, depending what we're talking about. Is it psychoanalysis that we could care less about our parents and then we see our parents' influence in our day-to-day actions? Or is it more paternal where we grew up with that, our parents are gone, but the influence still remains, and how would we correct or criticize that? And at the smallest level, I mean, it's kind of what R.D. Laing said, the Scottish psychoanalysis, who had kind of this ideal that the family unit as judges the politics that you exert. And he even went so far to say that, you know, the nuclear family can have some issues with regards to a modern society that's materialistic and not towards any wealth building or whatsoever. I mean, I don't think that hard about it. As long as you're aware about these things and where you are, you could have wished you had something different, but here you are thrown into being. And I take more of the stance of, here I am, my health is good. It's unfortunate that has happened. It's good that this happened. Did I wish I had more? Of course, but I can't be envious. That's something I can't control.
Okay, that's fucking awesome. Like, could we now? Let me ask something personal. Did you think that your dad's influence had something to do with that? Any of that thinking? That's a good way to look at things.
I'll be honest. I don't have a good dad. I never had a. My family is pretty broken, and my dad is like on a different planet. But is his influence in me? Of course, I think. Yeah. My dad being overtly aggressive probably came off onto me as well. Him being isolated. Well, here's the flip side. He wasn't there much of the time, and because he's not there, you're kind of devoided of it. You don't know what it's like to have a good dad.
Good and bad. I think about that too. Yeah, I think about that too. Like some of these dads I've seen that are, from what I'm looking at, like they look like they weren't the best dad. A lot of them were there and checked out. Sometimes I was like, oh, some of us who didn't have the father around, maybe we had an advantage in some ways because we didn't see bad habits or whatever.
I will say that I started to understand what a good dad was when I had a girlfriend 10 years ago, and her dad really cared about me. And I thought for some time I would marry this woman, but she went her own way. But for at least 3 years, he was basically like my surrogate dad. And he was like I'll put it this way. His name was Dave. And he was very, it was like he was from a different world in like 1950s America in Springfield, Pennsylvania. And he would be the quintessential good boomer, if that makes any sense. I've never had that experience. And yet the way he talked, he was a college educated man from the 60s at Temple University in biology and science. So that was kind of weird. And then he would just be like, well, he did have the whole cliches. You got to work your hard, have good manners. But here's the thing. I never had that compared to my dad, who was a bookie at a racetrack and a casino, and who dropped out of the Navy and was a felon. So
wait a minute, I did not expect Pill Eater's dad to be like that. That's very surprising.
I mean, I think I've wrote about it before, but yeah, my dad was all of that.
It makes sense, though, I guess.
But there's more to it. But I'm telling you, to have Dave, so if my dad was never there, going off every play, it was like, I just had that thought 10 years, like, why didn't I have this when I was younger? It's that easy. But again, you wouldn't know. Imagine if I was to have Dave, if I was 20, 10 years old to 20, I would start to project everyone's dad is good. And then I think if we're to do psychoanalysis here, I think a lot of white liberals had good families. And the reason why they get mad and politically correct is that there's this psychoanalysis going on where it's like, well, everybody had a good dad like Dave, so why are you mad about this? It's obviously you're the problem here. And they don't understand that kind of Dave paradigm is use a metaphor here. It's a sunset. It's not, most dads now are not there, verbally abusive, out of touch, technologically inept, and just not with the times, or at least maybe illiterate. I'm saying the answer is to be liberal, but it seems to me that we are really literally born from parents who are not like ourselves, which is good and bad depending on the context. And they say it's good if everyone's on the same wavelength, and it's bad if it's different. But you know what they say, it's like, imagine if your parents were poor, but you had a child who was had everything, or at least did better than their parents. Now that progression means you're better off than your parents, but you're so better off that you're at a different wavelength than your parents.
This
so it's
is like
yeah.
Ben, my son. Something like that. What you expect? Yeah. Mel, you got some.
Yeah, I kind of I got a point, but it's a little convoluted, and I get that. But I do have a destination to land my plane, so if you follow, it'll be worth it. So, from a developmental biology standpoint, or psychology, depending on how you want to look at it, it makes sense that children are born without cognitive flexibility, and they kind of believe everything their parents say, and those are the critical years for making sure the child can actually navigate the world around them with the basic rule set of how the world works. After that, around the age of 7 or 8, you start to see more cognitive flexibility emerge, and that accumulates somewhat in teenage rebellion. Now, I would encourage teenage rebellion. In fact, I can't speak for everyone's daddy, but I can speak to the majority of people's daddies here. Your daddy may have worked his ass off to provide for you and stuff like that, and he probably, in some respect or another, use the logic of don't bite the hand that feeds you. Well, here's the problem. First of all, if the hand that feeds you bites you, you should be able to bite back. Secondly, if this is reliant on the idea that like this man is perfect because he probably works his ass off and then overspends money on a cable package so he can watch Sunday Night Football, I'm sorry, but that is a fool. That is a fool. Consumerism makes a fool out of all of us, and it doesn't just ruin things. It doesn't just, make your daddy resent you because you wanted all of these cheap and shitty toys that you didn't end up using later on and all this stuff. It goes all the way up to capitalism trying to get into social movements and trying to make a social movement something they can monetize. Until we can have something that's truly anti-consumerist, something that capitalism can't consume, it'll trickle all the way down. Finally, we'll have trickle-down economics in a good way, to the point where maybe we can have relationships with our fathers that aren't just based around what does my daddy buy me.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully when I'm older, though, I would realize the fact that the reason Pop was he had that he's a zone out on that cable. It's because he's trying to like decompress from all the shit he has to do.
But that was a fool. That was a fool's errand to do it that way. That just makes it worse. Because then you watch the advertisements in a state where you're not critically thinking. Then you go out and buy more stuff based on those advertisements. Now you're working more overtime, spending less time with your family.
Yeah, wouldn't the best you can do would say be like you don't do it, you don't continue that loop, that cycle.
But the cycle. I'm saying the cycle isn't just starting with the father. It tries to first of all root itself in us before we have our cognitive flexibility through marketing. There's marketing towards very young children, which I think should be illegal.
Yeah, definitely.
And it tries to sell us an identity, repackage and then sell us our own identities throughout our entire lives.
Well, let me push back on you, not because I think you're all the way wrong, but there's a lot of things you have to take into account. For example, right? Like we're not living in a village that's like cut off from the rest of the world, and we can have some sort of control over things. And I say that to say, for example, right? Like what you're talking about is social engineering. Like we've been socially engineered into consumer activity, right? But at the same time, like I don't think anybody could really argue against a noble lie, at least for the fact that there's a lot of people that are evil, and there's a lot of people that are dumb, and then there's a lot of people who are both dumb and evil, and then there's people that are smart and evil, and then there's people that are smart and good. So you have different categories. You have different categories that you have to kind of
consider
deal with, right? So if you just throw away all social engineering and say, well, consumerism is bad or something, I think that's maybe short-sighted in the given situation that we're in. Maybe in an idyllic, platonic, agora situation or something, it may be different. But in the situation we're currently in, I think that to ignore that reality that we have to deal with people where they're at is maybe not the best idea. But I'm willing to be corrected.
Yeah, so I think I could vibe more with what you're saying if we were leaving a better world than we found it to our children. But as somebody who actually follows climate change and the effects of it, and keeps up to date on like the effects of microplastics and stuff, I can guarantee you we're not doing that. We're leaving a much worse world than we found it. One where even the climate we're taking for granted today, from one day to the next, will become new extremes, and those extremes will become the new norm. So,
well, the problem with what you're saying, and again, I'm not. This is not really directed at you.
if I may just finish this time.
Yeah, go ahead.
I did let you interject last time, but this time it's more important that I finish. Even in the sense that, like, today there's more bureaucracy, more red tape, more zoning, and all this stuff that prevents us from pioneering new frontiers, like our forefathers did. In the future, there's just going to be less ability to use the natural world around us in the same stable way that we used to. Things like parks and any sort of outdoor rec is just going to become non-existent, because a lot of the world around us and the ecology depends on the stability of the climate, way more than we realize too.
Maybe we're going to Avian Buddha real quick.
Gabriel.
What up, Avian?
How you doing? Yeah.
Pretty good, man. Good to have you. Yeah. We're talking about climate change now.
Well, no, it's more like doomerism about whether or not we can actually leave a world worth living to our kids.
I'm writing a book about this very thing, that's multidisciplinary. It deals with biosemiotics, environmental concerns, and many other topics that are intertwined. I don't think the future will be bright. I'm like very certain about that. One has to be strong or whatever.
Well, I'll be really brief, but I want to push back on this idea before we get too far away, because the problem, and again, this is not directly with what you're saying, but it's more of like, again, the situation that we're in. When people say things like, well, we need to pathologically, altruistically, do some sort of quote unquote good in the world by doing XYZ. I mean, it seems to always come down to like two things. Like, well, we need to keep the technology. That's premise one. Premise two is we need to control people because people are, essentially a slave to the technology. And premise three is, well, the only way to save people is to get rid of people because they might suffer. And I think that that's a very dangerous line of thought. And now I'm not saying that you're intending that, but that seems to be the general presuppositions that are embedded in these things, right?
That sounds like I'm going to be LARP now. That sounds like all of our friends in the World Economic Forum, which you just mentioned, and other adjacent groups. Neurojack, what you just said.
We have issues like growing scarcity of natural resources, and it's simply not sustainable in the long run. Stuff like overshoot. Have you heard of the word overshoot? When you see the industrial system, no one is in full control, and it destroys the regenerative limits. I mean, it consumes too much beyond the regenerative limits of the organic ecosystem.
Overshoot.
Yeah,
Okay, let's bring that down to the small picture. I like to bring the big picture into the small picture, right? Those Masons will say as above, so below, as below. I'll just say, like, when you said overshooting, right? How's that done in our personal lives? With our first of all, with our relationship with our, like, if we have a father or mother, or if we are father and mothers with our children, how would you see that happens? Can you see a connotation? Overshooting?
I see that stuff as like, that stuff I see as, not connected to the issues of industrial civilization. But in regards to my father and family, my father, I have good relationship with my father. He helps me out a lot. It's actually society that hasn't helped me out whatsoever. And that's probably one reason why I tend to be a doomer. You see, I got multiple STEM degrees, and I've had so much trouble holding a job, finding jobs. Even with 3 STEM degrees, no one has really ever helped me in life besides my dad. And it just makes me kind of salty and stuff, but not that much. It's just.
Well, at least your mom gave birth to you. That's something
my
she
mom,
did.
Actually, I'm kind
9
of
months,
a little bit misogynistic because my mom is stupid. I have bad relationship with my sister, but I have a good relationship with my dad. Believe it or not, my mom is retarded. Iranians are dumb as hell.
Is that a normal view for Iranians to say that? about their mom. You think?
Yeah, it is normal view to say. I've never met a single Iranian woman.
Every culture has the rebellious teenager. I guarantee.
Yeah. How's that handled in Korea, Pill Eater? The people look at their moms in general, something like that. Do you think kids actually think about like that about their mom?
I think it's very family oriented, especially in Busan. And walking the streets, both young, old, kids, old people, middle age, young adult, they all walk the street together as family until 3, 4 in the morning, and with a very routine schedule. It feels as though, I think you could know the same thing in, Taipei.
In Taiwan, absolutely. Yeah.
And it's
Very
pretty
safe.
much something you do not have in the United States. I mean, I guess, American Republicans hark back to a suburbia of 1950s America and think like this. But there's a nation here, and it's one Korean family. Again, you can have everything at once and not be embarrassed who you are walking the streets. The one thing you're a part of one family. And I think that kind of paternalism, especially in any Asian country, even if it's Confucianism or Taoism or Buddhism, it's there. And even Christian, it's there, and it's something I think that's missing from Western relationships because of individuality. But once you see it, you get more ease and you have less anxiety.
Yeah, because even with the Christian, which is a minority out here in Taiwan, Christian families, they're very family.
You're breaking up a lot for me. Is that on my end, or is anyone else hearing that too?
They're breaking up now. Can you hear me?
Did anyone else hear that, or is it my?
Yeah, I heard it. You're better now, though.
Okay. Let me show you something that, speaking of how kids look at their parents here, especially in Asia. This is a student I had, a second grade student. Let me take this down here. But what he drew, like he's supposed to draw, this assignment was to draw a picture of what would you do if your mother told you to turn the TV off? Look what he drew.
Eat mom. Eat mom. So good.
That's bad. I mean, leave his name out.
That's one way to eat the rich. They are technically richer than you, so.
And this is one of my best male student, like academically. This is what he drew. It's like, wow. It says his mom said, "Please turn off the TV." I could. Yeah.
Why is it 4 times?
Yeah. Well, 3 could have been 4.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, something that I was thinking while you guys were all talking is it seems to be part of the problem that it's really only paternal figures that want to solve problems, right? So even all the stuff of like climate change and like this, like I don't think that's a very like feminine attribute of like wanting to solve problems, right? Like that's a very paternal instinct.
I don't think it's necessarily paternal though either. Like scientists want to solve climate change, and they're both men and women.
But
I mean, the instinct is masculine.
It's male.
Is what I'm saying.
Exactly. Exactly. Problem solvers. Not that women don't.
You don't think women want to solve problems that could affect their children?
No, of course they do. But we're just saying. I think what he's trying to say that let me get this on quick is that like if we're talking about masculine and feminine characteristics in general, I think definitely problem solving is a male thing. Not that women aren't great problem solvers or whatever, but I'm just saying if we're looking at characteristics of those two dynamics right there.
I mean, for the Venn diagram, it's basically a circle.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Look how many women have like invented stuff. And
no, nobody's taking that away. I'm just saying, it's like, think about it. Like, I mean, I can't get into my wife's head or whatever like that, but like, I would have to say, like, if she says something, even if she maybe doesn't even need the problem solved, or you see the problem, my mind, and I would say a lot of my homies' mind, it's always like, okay, how can I fix this? I mean, am I wrong, guys? Do you guys feel like that sometimes?
Dear Eliza, dear Eliza.
Yeah.
But women don't like you to try to solve their problems for them, right? Like if you try to solve a problem for a woman, generally speaking, unless they ask you to do it, it's seen as something like not very good. Like, but the reverse is kind of true of men. Like, if a woman comes and starts solving your problems, you're like, I better marry this lady because she's solving problems for me rather than me have to do everything myself. See what I'm saying?
No, I can think of men who would be like offended and be like, "Oh, you think you can do this better than me?"
Yeah. Well, yeah, there'd be something like that. I mean, but
like, it,
I mean,
like,
even if she could solve all your problems, you don't want that. You don't want to be a burden on somebody.
I just don't.
Especially your woman.
It's this simple, right? Like, I think humans are more complex than this, than to be able to say men like this, women like this.
In general, yeah, for sure. But I think though, it's fun, or even maybe even a little bit beneficial to talk like that from time to time. Yes, everyone's an individual, unique being and whatnot. But I think sometimes generalizing is appropriate.
Beneficial for whom? Because if women are still natural problem solvers, you're just minimizing that capability.
Well,
diminishing their accomplishment.
They certainly have different abilities for solving problems. Meaning, like, they don't solve problems in the way in which a man would, right? At the very least, right?
Like physically, and as if his whole masculinity depends on it.
Well, like men and women have different ways of doing things. Would you disagree with that, or?
I think there's research showing that spatial awareness of women is not as good as men.
Mm.
See that? Yeah.
There you go.
Special awareness.
Yeah, spatial.
No, he said spatial awareness. Like that's why you get lost.
Yeah.
That's still nature. I think I've seen.
I see you in the backup, brother.
That. And that's still a nature versus nurture problem, because if women aren't encouraged to use their spatial awareness in things like sports and stuff like that, but men always are, then they might not actually develop it.
Well, so but again, you're kind of ignoring that nature has kind of dictated that. Like, if women's role is to like bear and have children and spend time with children, like, I don't know if you've raised a child, but
spatial awareness is really important for knowing where your child are and where all the dangers are relative to your child.
Well, I know where this guy is right here. Hold on.
My nigga.
My brother. What up? What's up, Machine Lies? It's good to see you, bro. Ah, damn. He's gonna set the world on fire with a Cyclops eyes, man.
Oh,
pause.
Wait, can you guys hear me? Oh,
we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, here, hold on. Let me come back.
What's going on?
Oh.
What's going on? Buddha, you were saying something before I brought him on?
Yeah, I was gonna say that there are limits to experience-dependent neuroplasticity. Like, there is research with primates showing the females have worse spatial awareness, and that also applies to human beings. So, not all changes are reducible to conditioning or plasticity and stuff.
Yeah, so when you do tests that rely on things that are more done in Boy Scouts than Girl Scouts, for example, like orienteering and map and navigating by map, then boys will typically have higher rates of being able to do those things as if it's natural to them because they learned it as a child, right? It's like tying your shoe. It's not going to feel natural if you have to learn it as an adult until you've done it for quite a while.
Pill Eater, what have you noticed that maybe in the last 10 years or maybe less, there's been this push that doing what I just did and some of us were doing is generalizing the sexes and whatnot. Has that always been there? And have you noticed?
And to be clear, I don't want to generalize the other way. I just don't want to fill the gaps of our knowledge on these things with, it must be that women are inherently different and men are inherently different.
I know, at least where I'm coming from, I'm not saying that they're all like that. I just like to bring that up sometimes because it's never used to be brought up. It used to be like, men and women are, there's nothing that men do in general and women do. It's like we're all exactly the same type shit.
Well, it goes back to well, I'm hoping to trigger Pill Eater to respond. Oh, he probably has to go, but it kind of goes back to this whole like blank slate. Like, treating everybody as a blank slate is probably not
that's not what I'm doing.
Feasible, though, right?
I'm saying
you're kind of saying that men and women
let him finish real quick. No,
no, you're good. I was just gonna say, like, it doesn't seem that you can really claim that anybody's really one-to-one the same in some ways, right? And then
I'm not claiming that.
yeah, but I
What-
mean you're
He's
but
back.
let's see if Pillator wanted to respond to what
Yeah, I was
Gabriel
having
said.
Can I just
microphone
quickly
issues.
clarify one thing? I'm saying there's more.
Yes, go ahead.
There's more in-group diversity than diversity between groups.
I couldn't hear.
She's saying that she's saying that there's more variety in the group rather than the ops, right? That's my wording.
Oh wait, can you guys hear me?
Just said. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear everyone now. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that makes sense because there's infinite divisions within a finite boundary, right? So it just right?
Okay. Yeah. That's true. Pillator, you were gonna. I don't know if you heard. You were trying to respond.
Yeah, I kind of heard. I was only hearing Ninetales, but I wasn't hearing you in reply or anything.
I was just saying that real quick. I was just saying that like it's interesting how this whole, and I guess the manosphere is the best example I can find. It's like there's been this in the last 5-6 years this tendency to generalize things that are actually may be very nuanced and complex. I would say I was going to ask you for someone that like is good at zooming out on looking at things. Has this always been there? This generalization? Why is it now a thing that people do so much?
Well, if you're thinking about MGTOW and generalization, I mean that's pretty broad. I mean, it just reminds me even back in 2009 when Box Day had the terms alpha, beta, delta, and stigma, which now, stigma is now seemingly just a average.
Cool, right?
It was coined by Fox Day, Theodore Beale, and he wrote Stigma in 2009, which was then featured on the bodybuilder forums and other red pill factions. But that was all just dark, reactionary, dark enlightenment, cyberpunk-esque stuff that Vox Day was writing about, which then got, Machine knows this too, which then the Roosh V types come in and I guess evolving to Andrew Tate, which is now like, how did that happen in 15 years? That's kind of crazy. But for generalization, they put it in boxes. Like I remember there was a time where if you read those forums, it was like, oh, there's nothing wrong being alpha or beta. If you're beta, that's fine. That's just the way you work. Somewhere along 2017, beta became an insult. You're a beta, which I thought was very confusing because Vox Day never, said beta or even stigma was a bad thing. I think that's why.
I think Destiny started calling his debate opponents that.
Around that,
beta.
even Blair White. I remember Blair White would call people beta, which I thought was really weird, funny, and it just became like, I think the word has been thrown around so much that words like stigma or something back to the Vox Day canon was resurrected, and now we're at a point where we have a very high school mentality on X and psychological warfare that writes weird and obsession or obsessed when they don't like their opponents, which I thought it was cool to be weird. I remember I thought the John Waters type of weird was welcome, but now I guess that's if you like one peculiar hobby or something like that, you're now eliminated from polite liberal discourse, which you would think liberalism would worship all rhizomic forms, but I guess not. If you would just be a little wanted ad on Kiwi Farms or something.
Yeah, we get it. Liberalism.
Shout out to Baltimore and John Waters, bro. That was very avant-garde at the time.
Well, I mean, because they said everything cool was weird, and now it's like we can't do that. It's just unfortunate. And now it's like Lady Divine or something will be on Kiwi Farms, and now it's just this trash humpers-esque, bum fights. Look at this person. I can't believe he's sincere. Everything's ironic and nice.
And Pillator and another guy and everyone else. I'm sure you heard of the movie called Friendship with Paul Rudd and what's the guy Tim, and it's fucking hilarious. It's basically this Tim and Eric. Yes. It's basically a dark comedy about male friendship, which doesn't get talked about a lot. Male friendship and whatnot, and it's so cringe. It's stuff because it's not talked about much in the movies and also in real life actually. I just thought it was a fascinating take.
Yeah, so Tim and Eric is pretty funny too. I saw Tim and Eric, around 2009 in Philadelphia at there was a venue called the Trocadero when they were, it was 2009, some long time ago. I remember, but now it's weird that Tim is going to do an InfoWars spoof, and even Alex Jones is upset and making weird Ryan Trecarton film criticisms about Tim, saying he's a part of the pedophile elite. And I think that's the Darwin's law is, if my enemy must be a pedophile at this point. So I guess all things come in reverse. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the thing. Oh, this is why I brought that up, is because I saw a funny interview, cast interview, and Paul Rudd was saying, they asked him, like, what does he think makes a good friend? And he just simply said, someone that has humor and empathy. And I thought, wow, that's really cool right there, what he just said. And I'm even thinking about our ops, our so-called enemies. It's like, maybe they won't have humor, but like, there's no empathy in the sense that like people are just brutal nowadays, bro. They can't even have a discussion.
Well, they don't even know
dialogue.
Here's the thing: they like ideology as like a fashionable subcultural thing. It's fun to say you're this into that and this hobby, but then when you have other people come in or at least question it, all of a sudden it again resorts back to this very high school mentality of this like Gen X-y type of, that's the weird kid, don't talk to him, he rapes kids, and
high school never ends. But no, going back to like the generalization things, I think especially if you bring up like red pill people like Andrew Tate, I think a lot of like the red pill stuff was meant to make people blame women and angry at women and garner sympathy for men, and that is the most I'm comfortable steel manning it. And part of that is, if you're going to maybe fudge the truth a bit to bias things in your favor, a generalization is a great way to tell a half truth and half lie, right? Because it can be true on some level, but it falls apart at nuance. But if the whole point is just to skirt over that detail as something that alludes to your point being correct, something I think Alex Jones does quite artistically, actually. You don't think he's artistic about it, at least? Like, I'm just giving credit where it's due. I'm not
no. I think you're talking to me. No, she's talking to me. I think Alex Jones is one of the greatest entertainers in my generation, in my lifetime. So yeah, you're right. He's very graceful with that. But no, I was going to say this. So
horrible as a propagandist.
Yeah, true. Right. But with that red pill stuff, like it's helped me actually. And I think there's a nuance. You got to look at it with the nuance, but not everyone can do that. And there's gems in there, and it's too bad that Andrew Tate is the biggest microphone, But there's like really good stuff about marriage. There's actually exactly. There's actually good subreddits about marriage and how families interact and stuff about that are red pill focused. But nuance is the key, man, and not everyone can do that. Or wants to do that if they could.
There is studies that show that like nuance is more difficult to handle for right wingers, and I'm not taking shots here. I am pointing out though that the panelverse had with the rise of like maybe red pillars coming into this space, the panelverse has become a lot more right leaning. And trust me, as someone who's left leaning, I've noticed.
Yeah, I've been against all that. Definitely. I'm not
even necessarily against it. Some of the panel hosts are okay.
Well, I'm against both of them. I'm against the left and the rights.
I don't think centrist hosts are any better. I'm
not a centrist. No, that's dog shit too. I'm an extremist, right?
So you want extremist hosts? I'm just kidding.
What'd you say?
Oh,
sorry, I didn't hear you.
Yeah, you cut out me, Gabriel.
Oh no! I mean you, Mel. You said I want extremist.
We'll just.
Is it issues on my end? Probably.
Yeah, he's talking to you, but in the meantime, he's trying to talk to you. I'll say this to Shadow real quick.
Better than you niggas. Period.
What up, Shadow? Yeah, can you hear Machine now? Yes, sir.
Say something, Machine?
No, I just didn't hear the last thing you said. You said something about extremism, and then I don't know.
Oh, it sounded like you wanted an extremist host.
Oh yeah, extremist hosts. Those are my favorite. Yeah, those are my favorite kind. I only go to the extremist channel. Right, like the other day, I went to an anti-natalism show.
That's why you're
the host
here.
there was incredible. Right.
I think I know you're kind of memeing, I think, but I would go for like a diversity. You know, I like to see just more left-wing hosts around here, so that way it balances out.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, more left-wing guys for sure. Because I feel like there's
I would
like
like that.
weird, like
Maybe
MAGA
I could be that.
trend or whatever. Yeah, like me and Neurojack been covering like
Yeah,
the MAGA stuff.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'm down for more liberal hosts, just as long as it's not like that. What's his name? Breakfast tostada, taco, whatever. That's a little bit too much for me.
Breakfast tostados.
I don't know
As
what
long
to
as you
say.
don't mean
Breakfast
American.
nachos.
As long as you don't mean American left
American,
or American liberal, because American liberals are now right wing.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah. Canadian liberal, the Goldilocks zone, Mel. You think just right?
No, they're sliding into like protecting Alberta's oil rights and stuff like that. So they're not really representing the left side of Canada anymore.
Pill Eater's back. Let me see. Come on. There you go.
Yeah, I apologize. I just had to do a business call, but it was cutting through between weirdos, and it doesn't matter what opposition you're in. You could be on Millennial Woes' millennial program and say you're bolstering some new far right innovation, and then it claps down to the very thing they hate. In other words, they become the thing they hate. And that's the very thing what we're seeing right now.
Well, when you were speaking before you left, though, the lack of awareness is staggering, bro. Self-awareness at all levels.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's like it's just people care about the moment. They believe in imaginary, like you said, parasocial influences that are not apparent. Like I could be in the middle of Pennsylvania and be into Detroit techno, but I'm not from Detroit. I just like the music. And then I make that music, but nobody in Pennsylvania, it's out of touch with the physical reality. And so I think this solipsism became kind of the individual framework of how we are in our own worlds. And that has made everyone, I think the internet accelerates that. We are so divided at a point there's no community. It's pretty much just things we like, and this Reddit tier, we force ourselves to be happy a new product is coming out, and we can't step on or criticize the party lines. We can consume, but we can't. And that goes without saying. Politics is the same thing. It's unfortunately happening.
That's why I feel like I can't stay in any group online. Either most of the part I excuse myself, but it's just maybe every now and then I'll get kicked out or whatever. But but it's like there's always something. Like you said, you got to walk on eggshells. Nero, we were talking about this the other day too.
I mean, there's the type of PR, good public relationships, and basically having a suit and tie and coming from authority. But that apoliticalism eventually wants sincerity. So I think that's impossible to be that default with. I think what really happened is that we're in an age of psychological warfare, and I think people like Gabriel Rockhill, who criticizes modern Western Marxism, is kind of just, you don't persuade someone with a better argument. You work within the already set argument. You say that, and then you infiltrate within. And I think that is kind of the technique people are learning right now. And yes, you could be opposed to something,
so
but
we
if you
finally
really
got the magic bullet. We can finally
Right.
consume the magic bullet. Oh, thank God! I was getting sick of debate.
Yeah. I mean,
see the last part again, Pill Eater, again, real quick.
I mean, it's like so like Rockhill, Gabriel Rockhill, he basically argues and says that the Western form of Marxism is out of touch with the BRICS and multipolar word, big, and he says that that was basically to use Alex Jones' words, the CIA decided that, listen, if half the world is communist and Stalin and ideals, you create an elite, a Western elite that is sympathetic, but then push in liberal attitudes. So you change it to your liking and you frame the argument to what you want. And then by default, you change what it means to be a communist, a Marxist, and then you make it inside out. And so with that type of postmodernism happening, you can change definitions to your liking and you frame the argument. So that's a type of Trojanism. And I think this type of paranoia and euphemism shakeups has made people get into cancel culture, because that's what cancel culture is about. It's about finding euphemisms in other things and saying there must be some sinister intention to this. It's Pill Eater's work is nothing more than white male Asian female propaganda, and that's just bad for any egalitarian setting, right? There's no further there's no further elaboration or meta narratives going on where it seems like people want to play, crossword 40 chess all the time, and it's like Philip K. Dick's Man in the High Castle, where things are changed through a supposed underground, but really it's just think tank money going here and there, and we're not seeing the bigger picture. Like, I think, my honest opinion, I think people were more tolerant of different viewpoints 30 years ago, but if you create a hyper individualized society and now people are intolerant, they have to believe in any possible world. So that's kind of the end game of things like Deleuze or Guattari or things like that.
So I got to go. Can I quickly respond to that, and then I'll be more space on the panel for everyone to talk.
Hope you stay, because I want to respond to you, Mel. But go ahead.
I can probably come back if Gabriel's live in an hour or two.
I'll be here for a couple more hours. I got you.
Yeah, I think the root of the issue is Saucer. I can't pronounce that. Saucer, I think, was terrible. He influenced Guattari, Deleuze, and a lot of the postmodernists. C.S. Peirce is way better than Saucer. I think Saucer is kind of weird, and Derrida also, stuff like that.
And again, I'm not saying Derrida or any of them are bad.
Can I get in though? Because I gotta go.
Yeah. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead, Mel. Close it out.
Yeah, so that was a very convoluted way to describe cancel culture. Communism hasn't been turned inside out. It has been updated to modern times because the conditions under which communism wrote and the world we lived in is much different than the world we live today. And postmodernism isn't necessarily changing things for the worse. If anything, it's adapting to the fact that we shouldn't just do the same art for the rest of our lives. That doesn't lead to cancel culture. What leads to quote unquote cancel culture is having platforms for people who do incite violence against vulnerable groups of people, and when there's no repercussions for when something like that happens.
You mean like the guys who work
I
with
do have to
Destiny
go.
and stuff? So yeah.
I really do have to go.
All right. Have a good evening. We'll see you later.
Okay, have a good one.
Well, I hope they'll come back, because I want to respond to that. But the problem with postmodernism is that it's kind of like open encryption. it's like closed source, but LARPing as if it's open source encryption. So, in my opinion, go ahead.
I'm sorry, my citation of cancel culture was from Peter Coffin. He compared cancel culture to like mob justice. So he's basically saying that things are like consumer warranty. If you don't like a product, cancel it. Or that if it's not sincere to liberal individuals' way, cancel it. And again, I was about to say, it's not that I'm against Derrida or Deleuze or Foucault. It's just they've been interpreted
the problem of, and again, I'm not trying to speak for you, Pill Eater, but what I've learned from you is that the argument against what I think Mel might be saying, and again, I don't want to argue with them since they're not here, but what I wanted to bring up was that, it's kind of all, the first conversation I ever had, you told me about Gramsci, right? And it's like this entire idea that we're having a cultural war and that the fruits of that war are anything substantive or material is kind of a LARP in and of itself, right? And I think that's kind of what I wanted to get at with that person.
Well, again, Gabriel Rockhill is very controversial because he uses Alex Jones' points of view to say everything is a conspiracy, you can't trust anything. And that's why, and he wants to bring back Stalinism. So, of course, people like Jackson Hinkle and Haas are going to subscribe to Rockhill, even Caleb Maupin. Now, in any opposition would probably be Chris Crutrot of the Platypus Society. Now, Crutrot is kind of controversial, too, because he went to University of Chicago. He's a political realist. He calls himself the last Marxist, meaning nobody after him can be a Marxist. And he basically argues that Frederick Engels said there was no such thing as platypuses. He said that's a colonial invention. How could you have a duck and a bear mixed together? And then he went to the zoo in Germany and he saw a platypus. Hence, Kiss Crusoe calls the society the Platypus Society, meaning you have to examine what communism is. So right off the bat, I don't know if that's a good metaphor. Many of the Stalinists hate Kiss Crusoe and the Platypus Society, and they want to. And Caleb Maupin had a debate with Chris Crusoe on Douglas's Lane show about, okay, how do you call yourself a Marxist? So it's whatever Marx wrote in his letters, but it's like Maupin's like, well, but yeah, it's a big thing. Chris Crusoe, Rockhill, and Maupin. The definitions of Western Marxism has changed drastically to a point. I think it just needs transhumanism.
Douglas Lane, I haven't heard that name in a minute. Douglas Lane. Yes, sir.
Well, I apologize, and obviously, please stop what I'm about to do if you want, Gabriel, because I might throw a wrench in your whole show. But I want to antagonize Pill Eater and Corvid Buddha to talk about object-oriented ontology just very briefly, so they can compare notes, because I think it is something they may want to consider, that I don't know if you know what that is, Gabriel, but I just wanted to at least set that up for a future date or something, because I think it's very related
I can just explain it really quickly.
Yeah, please.
I mean, again, I don't consider myself an object-oriented ontologist, but it's a very hip school of thought that started probably around the 2000s. The concept was you took Heideggerian logic of existence, but you instead said that the object has existence, the non-human kind had it. So it's very trendy because the main people who flocked to it were art school critics, people who went to School of Visual Arts and Cal Arts. So right there's some bias to it. But I think Timothy Morton's version of looking at object-oriented ontology really started to take off. And, his trilogy of books, Hyper Objects, Dark Ecology, and Solidarity with Non-Human Kind, really, in those trilogy of books, really shows what he thinks is the end game of OO. And that is that if there is a singularity or a transhumanism, perhaps American leftism would eventually have solidarity with your sofa or your robot or your TV set or Siri or something like that. And he's also saying that trans people have the same interest too, because Timothy Morton's trans, but it gets even more weird. Timothy Morton is also a trad Catholic, acting as trans, thinking that, taking from the French philosopher Francois Laurel, that non-philosophy, meaning you debunk the entire Western canon to use intuition, and that's basically faith. And this is and this is why Laurel said he was a Christian against Alain Badiou, who said he was a Maoist in postmodernism. He even wrote a book, Anti-Badiou. And so Morton subscribes to Laurel, and he's saying you can have both social justice of solidarity with non-human kind and a Christian, traditional outlook. Kind of this, this is the best I can explain, but I think where object-oriented ontology really comes into interest is that, the objects around us help understand the earth, and perhaps green politics is the possible existence of everything, debunking any ideal of the Anthropocene or human-centric ideals of the world, which really brings into the ideal of transhumanism, extraterrestrial life, and things that probably go above any Western Marxist ideal of the world. So, yeah.
And ultimately, it seems that it wants to kill all of our daddy, which is God. But go ahead.
Object-oriented ontology. I'm not sure you heard of the book After Finitude. It's by Quentin Musselux. I can't pronounce it. They're criticizing Kantian philosophy for what they call correlationism. Correlationism was the belief that humans only have access to the correlation between thinking and being. So they never actually access being itself. That's what Kant did with his idea of the transcendental idealism.
Yeah, they're right. Yeah, I think they're right.
Yeah, they're right. Yeah. So this idea of I don't know,
The
like
problem is
Henry
that
T. Morton being a transhumanist and stuff. I don't know. I
yeah,
just think it's too tenuous.
yeah, but that's what he's saying is that like in an attempt to take on Kant, Heidegger created this many-legged beast that now stalks the plains.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, that's makes sense. I think emptiness from the Buddhists like Nagarjuna can deal with these issues personally, because in emptiness, things depend, all phenomenon, signs, or whatever arise dependently on other causes or other signs, and because of that, they lack independent, fixed essence. They lack the underlying essence or intrinsic nature. And so that shows that thinking has limitations when it comes to saying there's a final ontology and stuff like that. So I think emptiness is the way to go on.
Definitely a solution. Definitely a solution. When you guys were speaking about these characters, and this one gentleman, I never heard of him. You said he was a transgender that also identifies as a staunch Catholic, or
Timothy Morton.
Yeah, it reminds me. If you go way back, even farther back to, we always got to bring this name up at least once a podcast live stream. Aleister Crowley and his whole mantra of the unification of opposites. How this aeon would be like that, defined as that. And it's like which is to me is like a lot of contradictions, which is okay. I mean, I could see maybe I'm even an embodiment of that, with like my father being from West Africa and my mother being from the West Coast of California, of the United States. So like unification of opposites everywhere, bro. It's the singularity. Yeah, go ahead. I can hear you.
Yeah, it seems like Ninetail is still in the chat, but I just wanted to make
she's going off, huh?
refutation for Ninetail if Ninetail's listening. Ninetail says it's name dropping. Well, of course I'm name dropping. And that's exactly why I thought Ninetail would like it, that I cited Peter Coffin, is because Peter Coffin and Haas and Jack and Tinkle and Caleb Maupin are pretty much the multipolar bricks against the American Western Marxism. And this is what I'm saying. I don't know if Ninetail subscribes to that, but it shows you that there's a divide here. That if Ninetails was to get upset and say, quote, 95% disavows Maupin, that's just not true to the BRICS part of the world. And this shows you that why people like Gabriel Rockhill is also controversial, because this is just a PhD level at Villanova University taking what Maupin and Coffin are already saying, but regurgitating back. Because again, Rockhill Derrida taught Rockhill, and now Rockhill is kind of stabbing Derrida in the back and saying he didn't know what he was talking about and all this, and getting mad at French theory. And this is why Rockhill's controversial, because he literally wants to be Stalinist. Now, I don't know, take that with a grain of salt, name dropping or not. I'm not saying you're supposed to know these names, but if you do know who Maupin Coffin is, you already know in dialogue what we're talking about. And it doesn't mean it concludes the argument. It means it's a part of what's going on.
Yeah, I think that like quote unquote name dropping, or it just reminds me of like an intellectual discussion, like we had like in college or university or whatever, and so that like the only time I have trouble with name droppings is if there's like little context to some of the people that are brought up, which everyone's doing a good job of telling us a little bit about them, for those of us, for people who are new to these people.
So that's what I'm saying.
I think. Yeah.
If you're going to have a conversation, I said Gabriel Rockhill said this, and you follow it. It's not that. And I'm telling you that Ninetails is saying there's no substance to that. Well, yes, there's a line of substance to it. And again, I mean, maybe Jack, you can speak on this. I know you want me to talk to Ninetails, but it's like, well, Ninetails probably represents the typical Caleb Maupin enemy, the American left, the synthetic left. And I'm sorry to say that and just make
a Canadian left
show. But I'm saying, okay, if I'm really name dropping, how does Ninetails know everything I'm saying? And then he says, shut it down, boy, shut it down. So I'm telling you, the enemy is bigger than us. It's a transhumanist enemy we're up against. So case closed.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, and I'll just say a little bit on it, because again, it's not. The problem is like when Ninetail says they want more leftist commentary. I mean, the problem is like leftists shut down the conversation when you start understanding that language and these things are being used as a weapon against you, and euphemisms and metaphors and all these things are used to like, honestly program you in like a Dave McGowan kind of way to
That's
like.
basically, and here's the thing: I was being
Who's
apolitical
that?
as possible to talk about Gabriel Rockhill, who exactly says the same thing. And Nine Tails goes, "That's name dropping because I don't understand it." Well, I'm trying to let you understand it now, just like Timothy Morton. And so, okay, it's a little. If you're playing a poker game, I have a full house, and the other player has 2 pair. My full house says Moppin, Coffin, Rockhill, and the other opponent says, "I don't believe you have a full house." Well, that's kind of, a fold. It's kind of like I already know you have a full house in your hand. So I'm saying this is what I'm talking about, psychological warfare here. There are gang stalkers and oppositions that already know we're talking about this. And if you dare say these kind of weird Talmudic-esque names, they want to shut it down as soon as possible. And this is why, for me, this is why I have my blog and I have appended both left and right. And you can't have civil dialogue when everybody is in this hipster trans-esque, I know what breakcore is, you don't argument. So again, all I can do is be pill eater and tell you what I know as apolitical as possible. But of course, that's impossible when you have a trans person who gets upset because they have a quote unquote desire to exist.
We got a comment to you.
My book actually overlaps. Not overlaps, but it intersects with some of what Timothy Morton is doing. Because I asked the question whether or not non-human Buddhas can emerge. Like, let's say, I don't know, a million of years in the future, mankind were, let's say, hypothetically went extinct. Can, like, I don't know, some other organismal line, like ravens or elephants or rhinos, I don't care, will that evolve and have open-ended symbolic complexity? And that ties into, going into it all will be too much, but it ties into Terence Deacon, what he says about symbolic reference, symbol to symbol relationship. We can talk about things that are absent. We have conventions and these like a flag can be red and point to smoke or fire, and that indicates danger. That's indexable. That's by correlation. Even animals can do that. But let a national flag,
Okay, I know. I'm sorry to say this. Nine Tails said he had to go, but I think he really had to go because he didn't want to talk about Moppin and Coffin because he goes, I already know about Coffin and Moppin. Moppin's known as the Spanky Tanky, and he goes to a BDSM dungeon and gets spanked by a Mexican mistress. And meanwhile, Coffin has a fake Asian girlfriend. Obviously, they can't be real, quote unquote, leftist trademark, as Basil would say. So I'm just saying, he's obviously a gang stalker, but go ahead.
Maybe he's to be fair, maybe he's actually in traffic going to his very important meeting right now. So
yeah,
he's
that's
typing
true, but
ferocious.
it's just you can't trust anyone on the internet. But go ahead.
That's true. Yeah. The great Shadow Buddha. Real quick, Nero. To be fair, saying someone's name doesn't provide enough context. In academia, one would say instead, contemporary American philosopher Gabriel Rockhill said, provides time, period, and occupation.
Yeah. So I'll say this really quick because I'm going to forget my point, but I just want to say this really briefly. Okay. So the problem with the idea of anti-imperialism, all that really means is like anti-white, honestly. And then the problem with that is that, well, you're just creating a scapegoat to obfuscate the complexity of the situation and the complexity of the system and the complexity of language and postmodernism and all these different things that we're all trying to get at and say, well, you're not anti-imperialist enough. It's like, well, that's the point. There is no end to anti-imperialism because then you can say, well, words are imperialism, or
that's what Chris
concept in your
Crucho.
brain is.
Okay, and if you know Platypus Society, he's in trouble too because Chris Crucho is like, listen, Rockhill, you're treating everything like a heretic. This is imperialist, that's anti-imperialist, and Crucho, quote unquote, the last Marxist, says that. Now, again, take Crucho with a grain of salt. Again, beyond name dropping and what's going on, I think, if you ever played the board game Diplomacy, that's basically what a SteamYards is, where you're Britain, you're Germany, you're Australia, I'm Spain, and we're basically trying to get 10 victory points at the end of the day in 3 hours. And so obviously we have to work together, but there's always one person that backstabs and has their hand of cards to know what's going on. So most internet debating, if you're on those other shows and panel spaces you go to, is kind of like that. So it's like you hope everything is like musical chairs and harmony. But somebody in the room already knows who Timothy Morton is and Maupin and Coffin to their esoteric leftist knowledge. And you come in with an interesting criticism of what's going down. Oh, shut it down, shut it down. So I'm telling you, Spain wants to backstab Germany. It's just like the board game diplomacy.
Well, according to Furby, Ninetales, she said that something about Jordan Peterson called. He wants his white lemons back. Jordan Peterson, really? I don't see it. Jordan Peterson.
Yeah, I think my my philosophy will be very interesting. I wrote the book. Maybe have to market it. So a very unique philosophy. Kind of work out.
You need a publisher, huh?
No, I mean it's fine. I guess I could just self-publish and make a Substack or something. Wait, Pill Eater left.
His phone keeps on. I think it kicks him off and stuff. He'll be back probably.
Yeah, but so I don't know. I want to talk to Ninetales more, but it's interesting because I mean the problem is, again, I'm not trying to just pick on them. This is you're going to see this on Andrew Wilson. You're going to see this on all these panels where look, here's the thing. All these people are having a meta conversation, meaning they seem to be debating one topic, but it's actually about another. And I'll give you an example of how
it's a conversation about a conversation. It's fucking mind-numbing.
That's what we're actually talking about. Okay, like this is the problem. And again, I understand why Ninetales might be upset with that because that's kind of giving the game away, right? Like the game is that you have my recent videos about this, right? I called it chimping out, and it looks like it's about race. It's not about race. It's about having a conversation.
Nero the Builder, sorry. I cut him off. No, we can't talk about that. I was kidding, Nero. Nero, say it again. It's not about chimping out, you said. Oh, somebody already got him. Yeah. Machine Lies the Builder, how are you doing, sir?
Blessings, brother. Yeah,
Blessings. It's doing
quite a wild trip today.
Yeah, super wild. No, you haven't even given your dissertation yet. Yeah, what's up? What's the matter? You good to see you.
Not much to say at this point.
Well, I'm sure we'll get you there. Yeah.
Blown a bit.
What's up? What's the matter?
Last time, you remember, the trustees of Wassamata U were wondering how to keep their college from going bankrupt. How about giving an honorary degree to Danny Warbucks? You ninny, he's only a make-believe character. We're real?
Are these people real Machine Lies?
Oh yeah.
I always defer to you. I need to start giving my own opinion more. My own critique, but I don't know. It's so easy. It's so easy when you're here. But
Neurojack left.
We are not real. Neurojack is not real. He's not even a real person, Neurojack.
Yeah, Neurojack is terribly unfortunately real for me. And that is an issue because the things that are in Neurojack's mind have not been sorted out, nor have the things in my mind. And when we collaborate, it's evident, right, that we have not sorted out tons of things, that we're extremely paranoid. A lot of people say we're extremely paranoid, right? That's the main critique that people have.
Yes.
Of me and really any two-man team. They suspect that we're paranoid, right? But a long time ago, I noticed, that if you get a bunch of people together and you say, hey, I have my own ideas, and they start believing them, and then, you set up like a children's school, right? And then they say you're trafficking the children there, and then you get raided, and they kill some of the dogs and the women, So that's usually not a good way for that to go, So I figured out I had to start Plan B,
Well, that's why the great Riddington said your mantra, paranoid chilling. Now that's the default state. Machine, do you ever get? What's the opposite chilling? Would you say?
Yeah,
being activated.
That's from the great Can I Bus. So he's the one who he made a famous song called Paranoid Chillin'. You guys could look it up, right, by Cannabis. Right, okay. Excellent song, and I thought
Can I Bus? That's why you said that. I was like, what are you fucking talking about? I'm like, yeah. Can I Bus? I like that.
Can I Bus? Exactly. That's how you guys say it, because that's how he says it. Yeah, because if you say cannabis, nobody will know, right? They'll spell it wrong.
Yeah. Can I Bus? I see what you did there. Yeah. But but what's the opposite of paranoid chilling? Paranoid activated? active, because normally you are chilling, but when you're active, it's look out, bro. Like he scared Vance away. He hasn't been back ever since. That guy. But it's like those things, like I guess but Pale Eater and Arrow were saying, and Avian, like it's like we want to have these discussions, but a lot of times people just they do this meta shit, you know. But even me talking about it right now, it's kind of like that. The ideas. Fuck all that shit, bro. Let's talk about this. I'll tell you guys what's happening over here in Taiwan. It's like a crazy, not a pandemic, because that'd be worldwide, but an epidemic of people smoking these vape pens here.
That's what I'm doing right now.
Well, yeah, but like, do you have zombie juice in it? Zombie vape?
What is that?
It's just like a substance that it's called how do you say it? Edamaitai. It's like it's not fentanyl, but it's called Edeodate. This right here. And it's really fucking people up in my country here, bro. Like people are literally hitting people in the car, like running people over. Yeah, it's the stuff right there.
Can
you read that?
Oh man, but this isn't coming out in the U.S. or they don't have this.
Unfortunately, it's probably gonna end up being there. I can imagine it being there, bro, because it's really bad. It's so bad that like in the last month, like so many people have died and on the road, on the sidewalk, that the government is drafting a law this week.
Yeah, they might lay some of the weed pens with this shit. Be a good way to take somebody out.
Yeah. Check this out. It says zombie vapes refer to dangerous electronic cigarettes laced with illicit synthetic drugs rather than standard nicotine or cannabis. See that synthetic? These illicit products can cause severe disorientation, convulsions, loss of body control, and even death. And these motherfuckers are on the scooter, bro, because you know it's a scooter culture here, right? So people are like vaping at the stoplight and they're falling over on people on their scooter. And then some of them are just going through traffic and seizuring. It's just wild. So I never heard of this stuff. Have you heard of this, Avian? How do you say it? Edeomidate.
No, I haven't heard of it.
Space oil. This hospital grade sedative is often disguised as fruity e-liquid. Taiwan, Japan, Malaysia, Singapore, due to its paralyzing zombie-like physical effects. I guess it's kind of like spice, because y'all have that in America, right? At those weed shops.
Yeah, it's K2.
Yep, exactly. That's not.
Yeah, K2 is fucked up, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember like they had like I was on probation and I smoked some K2 back in the day. Good lord.
Oh, tell me about it.
Horrible feeling. Terrible feeling. I felt like somebody electrocuted my motherfucking brain like the entire day. It was a horrible
good
feeling.
Lord.
It felt like a cannabis high, but like that was very uncomfortable. Like it was like weird. Like you know,
that is insane.
Yeah.
Not natural, huh?
Yeah, I also took some 2CB. Like somebody told me they had LSD, and I took some 2CB, and that stuff that didn't go very well for me.
How was that? Because I know Justin loves that shit. Our friend in the Netherlands, Dimitri.
I don't know. Like shit had a either like shit would have a red or a green tint, and I started tripping out because I was like,
"What, your vision?"
Yeah, like in my vision.
Yeah, you're right. That's what he said.
Nah. Yeah, and I was like, nah. And then, yeah, like shit just changed colors, and I was like, no, this is not good. Right? So,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. This is a good comment right now. It has right here. It says, people are desperate to turn out for sure. Definitely. Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. What do you think about that, AV? Buddha.
Yeah.
People desperate to tune out.
Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, it's not good. But
yeah,
I think everyone has their kind of surrogate activities nowadays, their distractions. For me,
Shout out to
I have it
Uncle
too.
Teddy.
I'm not perfect. I play a lot of video games and I watch a lot of film
Oh
and
yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah, but I don't do heavy drugs. You know what I mean? I don't do that
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah,
I don't think. I think
K2 is a synthetic cannabinoid or something. So I think they may.
it is.
It's
It
like
is.
somebody creates a cannabinoid but synthetically. So it's weird.
Yeah, and I remember. I don't know if this was Take Two, but I remember seeing a documentary about the synthetic weed that they get out of China, these factories, bro, and like literally it looks like potpourri, the stuff that they potpourri for smelling, right?
Yeah, that's what K2 look like. Yeah, that's exactly what K2 look like. It looked like potpourri.
Yeah. And it says not for human consumption.
It
Yeah,
said
they
that
say
on
not
the
to
back.
eat it, but they say to smoke it. Yeah. Speaking of
They had
like
other shit in
shuts,
it, like Datura and shit. I don't know. I think they put other shit in there.
if they put Datura in there, wow, that's it by itself a natural mind reset. Right there.
But I think
Right
it was
there.
like the vegetable matter. Like it wasn't like the shit that'll like fuck you
Oh,
up.
the clippings?
Yeah, it's like the clippings.
yeah.
And shit. Yeah, it's like some weird.
Well, I'm sure if you have like the if you have like just the leaves of the weed, you can get maybe a little buzz, right? A little high off that. If you were just a regular cannabis leaf from the vegetation, yeah, I'm sure you can get a little high, but not much. Oh yeah, speaking of like video games, you'll like this one. I hadn't played GTA in months, bro, and I just before I went on the stream, I just felt like just playing it for a second, and this person invited me for a game, private server or whatever, and come to find out, it's this person. I was playing with someone from Pakistan. Yeah,
it's funny.
We're playing GTA. Yeah, he said he was a Christian. So I'm like, oh
Yeah, that's funny.
Assalamu alaikum.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
like,
cool. That's funny.
Yeah, the dude with
See how we do, right?
Yeah.
Christians in Pakistan, they're playing GTA, so you know what's going on. So hallelujah, holla back, right?
Exactly. Yeah. The dude was he's how old are you? I'm like, I'm in my 40s or whatever. And he goes, how old are you? Like, what, you like 30 or 30, 20? He's like, no, I'm 12. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? I don't like, that's why I'm like, I'm about to start a stream anyway. But with that said, is that a thing when people in Pakistan, they sound older?
I don't know. I'd say they're tinier, so they really sound younger when they're older. That's like with girls and boys. You know, it's like Indian people are tinier. They have they usually you don't have like Indian people with like deep voices. I don't know why. But yeah.
Yeah, that's true. I never really had that. I really
they're not like
confronted that.
Yeah, you don't get like an Indian like dude that's like a baritone or some shit. You know, it's like weird.
Yeah, but I would assume that I'm surprised people aren't smoking on fentanyl vape over there in America.
Yeah, I need I might have to hit that once. You know, fentanyl vape. You know, somebody passed.
That made you last time you hit something.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was going to show you some of these videos on it. Today? You got the time today, huh? You have time today, huh?
Yeah, today is a shit day.
Really? How so?
Oh yeah. I think mainly because of my dad, ironically, but yeah, interestingly enough.
Is he okay? What happened?
Oh yeah, he's okay. I just got in a little argument with him.
A little argument with them,
It's
yeah.
funny that this is called that.
That's fucking crazy, yeah. And I mean, just to keep it 100, bro. Like I was literally listening to the Mary J. Blige song. I'm the only woman, and she says, "Don't be a fool like your daddy if you want to be happy." So that's the main reason why I put that in there. Yeah. But yeah, it's been a weird day. Yeah. Oh yeah, just so Snafu Snafu doesn't go crazy. I immediately left that server when I found out that guy was underage. Make me a Mr. Hank O'Flamio shit. But
but they had
why are you disavowing She Lies?
I think it's because
DMT
I hit the fentanyl pen. But yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. DMT pen. That's another story.
Yeah,
that's another.
That might be the hit. They need to start cranking those out, passing those around. Like,
we need to see that, right?
Yeah, I need to see that.
Take this out. This is a guy on. This is a guy on what you call it. I was gonna say mushroom vape on zombie juice in Taiwan. The police trying to stop him, and look how he jumps out the car.
Oh hell no!
Breaking the window. Look at that guy. You see that shit?
What the fuck? Yeah, you gotta beat the fuck out of that dude. They hit him like 9 times. What the fuck?
I know. Look at he's on that juice, bro. That zombie
they smacked
juice.
him on the head like 10 times with a fucking club. I'm pretty sure he got smacked with a billy club like 6 or 7 times. Like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that was a billy club. Yeah. That's insane, bro. Like,
yeah, he was beast mode.
Yeah. That sounded like PCP shit, dude. Mixed with some crazy shit. I guess maybe people are bored here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know,
that's wild.
America financed the poppy fields in Afghanistan, and then
that's right.
To the flood of heroin into Iran and stuff. But also, I think America is at war with its own people because there's growing wealth income disparity. So what will probably happen is America will let the leaders will let the drugs flood the country because people are getting more tired and more restless. So they want them to be on drugs so they don't threaten the system or something like that. But ultimately, the system is exploitative. It's very exploitative, and it's like harvesting the energies of the people for stuff that's not ultimately in their interest to the modern state.
It's not. It's to keep you locked down. Not just to distract you, but it's killing people. It's killing people, man. This stuff.
Yeah, normally I look my predictions. Normally I take what seems the most probable, and then I take the most pessimistic conclusion when it involves the collective behavior of mankind, and 9 times out of 10 it turns out right. So unfortunately.
Oh, this is it's too bad. It is like Machine was saying earlier that we were talking about the AI with Landry and stuff, but yeah, Machine, you've been talking about it even before we were doing that with the simulation without AI. You just saw the writing on the wall, huh? All the crazy. Check this out, guys. This is a guy on zombie vape right here. He's vaping up at the stoplight. Scooter fell on top of him. That's why I had like a segment on Beast Mode. I had a segment on my on the channel, Your Life as a PSYOP. And it was like a lot of people overdosing on these hardcore drugs and shit. It's wild. But hey, Avian, but wouldn't you say like a lot of the stuff you're talking about is negative, but wouldn't you say the Buddha is actually a positive, not a nihilist? Buddha, are you there?
Maybe he stepped away.
Buddha. Okay. Would you say that Machine that Buddha wasn't necessarily a doomer?
Oh yeah.
He was talking about like positivity, right? Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, the entire thing is kind of positive. I think the whole idea is not letting things, maybe control you, get to you, right? Even having a sort of cheerful attitude. Like a lot of the Zen priests that I read about, right? They make a lot of jokes, right? They do a lot of like mind bending things. Like they offer examples, like they do things that's totally unorthodox. They say things that are totally unorthodox, right? To try to bend people's minds, right? So they're kind of like tricksters in a way, so so if you read some of their writings, right, like they would do, like I think one of the Zen monks, right, he got slapped with a slipper from the other Zen monk, and that's when he gained enlightenment. It's literally the story, right? Like he he took off his slipper and slapped him in the head.
And slapped him with it.
He finally saw like what's going on. It's like, oh shit, like that finally caused his awakening. So the whole idea of spontaneous awakening, is sort of like, I think it's kind of like a light concept, lighthearted, in a sense. They reflect that in their way of life.
That's why I like that Zen Buddhism is cool in that respect too, and that like it is, like you said, it's a uses humor. Like I said earlier about a good friend, friendship has humor and empathy. That's like definitely Zen is like that, Zen Buddhism. But Buddhism in general, Chad Buddha reminded me of the fact that like the Eightfold Path is literally to solve suffering, as he saw it, the Buddha, which I think is like one of the kindest, like most generous gifts you can give people. Give them a system that worked for him.
Yeah, and I think it's also a positive thing that he saw the same nature that's within us in other life. Right, I think a lot of religious
that's different than other religions.
Like a lot. Yeah, like for example, right, like there's certain ideas, right, because of the corruption of Platonism. I think, right, there's lots of ideas within like Islam and Christianity, and even in Spinoza, right? He he kind of said like, that pity for animals is womanish. He says. So it's like
what?
Kind of
Spinoza said that.
Spinoza said that. Yeah. So it's like even the he said nature. Yeah. Nature is God, but yet other life forms are so disvalued in his philosophy, right? So it's kind of I always don't like that, right? I think a pious person understands that this is God's creation, right? That all beings, right, all living forms are part of that. Right, and this place is sort of special, right? Like in terms of it being our home, right? And I don't mean like some sort of floating ball in space, if you want to call it that, but I mean the land, the earth, nature, right?
Yeah,
the thing that
and it's literally a home that's alive, like a Mickey Mouse Fantasia cartoon, right? It's like it's conscious, and it's like it's you.
I was told my philosophy is kind of like Fantasia earlier.
Really?
Yeah.
That sounds like a compliment. Were they trying to diss or compliment?
I think it was a little mixed, but
I think that's awesome, though. I like that.
Awesome.
Yeah, and animism to the extreme. Because imagine, like, we're all three of us and the chat. We're in this field right here. How could you not tell me those are sentient beings right there? All those sunflowers and everything else, and the bees, and right? Look at that. This goes on and on and on. I mean, certain things is easier to see that than others, I would say, huh? Depending on how you look at nature. But literally everything is sentient being. Yeah.
Yeah, I got a video, music video that I made that shows the geometry of a sunflower. It's extremely precise. And it's extremely precise. It's strange how nature made that.
That's awesome. This is what Neurojack coined here. Like you guys have the techno animism. I like that. So are you pointing at intelligent design, TML, nature? When you say that,
I'm a firm believer. I'm a firm believer in that. Yeah, I'm a firm believer. In that. But I think also God's creation is spontaneous, right? So.
Right, it's like the ultimate artist, right? That makes engineer artist. Yeah, I think engineering and artistry are kind of like on the same line. They're on maybe two different spectrums, one could say, but there's overlap there with certain people. especially with the supreme being. Definitely. What do the Masons call it? The grand architect, the grand engineer. I call it the grand engineer.
Yeah, right. They kind of get that wrong, right? Yeah, I think yours is more accurate.
Yeah, I like that, man. This is fascinating times we're living in. Yeah, it's like this whole week had opportunities for us to just I'll use Neurojack's term, get chimp out on the stupid dramas and stuff. But why not talk about these higher concepts and stuff? Machine, what the fuck's going on? Like when we get high, for example, if I'm standing in this field right here, right, and I'm high, it feels like I'm in the upper room of the same place. I don't know how to say it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is like, like when it comes to synapses, like there's a mirror chemical that's in your body, right? So whatever chemical is produced by the plant is actually not getting you high. It'll trigger synapses to produce a chemical within you that's getting you high. So at this point, we know that whatever's produced, it's sort of a synergistic relationship between what's in our body and the plant itself, right? Or whatever chemical we're ingesting. Right. So this is the thing that they find out. And this is why you can't get high the same way all the time. Right.
No, you can't. It's always completely different.
Yeah, it's different every time. It's because your brain has a different array of neurotransmitters, most likely, right? Or a different balance of those, right? So when you antagonize certain receptors, they run out of juice. Right. So and that's based on different activities that you're partaking in, right? So certain activities or certain things release dopamine at different levels. They release certain stress hormones. If you get sunlight, that gets you vitamin D, and the vitamin D actually synthesizes serotonin within your body. And they even discovered the serotonergic nervous system because of LSD. So
yeah, that's why we say we want the orange juice on that Diz. Yeah, this should be like a lightweight psychedelic experience right now. Looking at the good old Drudge Report, the name Drudge Report. What's going on in the thing? First thing, news, current events, summer of war. Iran threatens new strikes on Israel. Ceasefire collapses. Oil surges. Missiles fly. I mean, this is the same song though as Digital Underground. He's just saying all around the world it's the same song.
Yeah.
It's always the same, right?
You go to Drudge Report, you go to Democracy Now, right, or whatever. There's like two different versions of the same thing, right? You get the left news, you get the right news, right, and it's like you can compare and contrast, what they're saying and what their concerns are, right?
So yes, this one seems to be a lot of war talk. Look at that. Oil surges. Then they got over here Trump on weaponizing tacos. What the hell?
Yeah, that seems like a Blaxican area.
Yeah. Holy shit. Yeah. Like it. You got it. You got the brand. Yeah, look at this machine. Let me get this right here. In the avian chat. So it says, scoop, Trump admit plans to drop weaponization fund. There's another thing they do now, machine, in the avian. Like these things that used to be free, these like news websites, now they automatically want to charge you. They used to give you a little
right.
A little free preview of that shit. Now they don't even do that. Oh my God, Clint Eastwood retires at 96. That's what we need to know. He's an interesting dude because Clint Eastwood's an interesting dude because for a lot of boomers, he is their idea of what a man was. Right?
That's my dad right there. His thing is Clint Eastwood, the Cowboys. And he thinks that's the top level for him.
That's the epitome of a masculine man, right? And yeah, with the Cowboys, with the Man with No Names, and then he also did. He revamped his career in the '80s. He did Dirty Harry, where he was this cop that used to blow people away with the 357 Magnum. Didn't say much, you know, like what James Bond was trying to do, like, you know, be suave and lady killer and all that stuff. This guy just blew people away.
Yeah, one of the
It's kinda
greatest
like
movies is
happened.
motherfucking Gran Torino. That shit is
Oh
a
yeah, that's a
dope-ass
good
movie.
one. Yeah, yeah. That's when they had the Hmong people from Southeast
Yeah.
Asia.
Yeah, if you've
Yeah.
not seen that movie, Avian, I highly recommend that one. I know you really like movies, and that's maybe one you might have not thought of watching because it's a more popular one, but it's a very beautiful film. You know, for
Yeah.
sure.
What do you think the reason why it's so important, Machine?
I just like everything about
Right
it.
now.
I like that it's set in
Yeah.
Detroit. I like the you know,
Oh,
the
it was
most
Detroit? Damn.
Yeah, the greatest interaction is when he saves the Wiggers from the two black guys, right? It's just too great. It's, you know, top level stuff of all time, right?
Yeah.
You
He
know,
saves
and
the Wiggers.
yeah, you know, I mean that's and the funny part about that is he's using the same cowboy scene for that. So it's just so fucking good, right? Because he's using the entire cowboy movie shtick just to
Mhm.
paint his interaction in Detroit City, right? So I think that is
Yeah.
one of the top level productions. Right?
Yeah. So it's called Gran Torino, right? After the car he
Yeah.
had, right?
Yeah, like you could be a cowboy in Detroit City, like that is good stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. That's where they make the muscle cars, the real horses with the horsepower.
Yeah, and the
That's
crazy
that's
stuff
what I had
is,
growing up. The
yeah,
family
the
had a
crazy,
Gran Torino.
yeah, like the stuff he does in that movie is way more heroic than anything you can do in a cowboy movie. So it's kind of interesting, and from that perspective too, that he's showing you how much more serious it is in real life than it is in some sort of fantasy situation. Right?
Yeah. He could have just stayed alone and let people get beat on, right? But he didn't. He chose to actually help the underdog.
Yeah, and it was only because of that one little girl, you know, and
Mhm.
then like, you know, or whatever. So that's what makes it really weird is that it's that girl and that little kid. Like he didn't care about anything else. Like he didn't even like them.
Yeah, he didn't
You
like
know, it
him,
was like
yeah.
the principal, you know. So yeah.
That's amazing. Say what made Gran Turismo so good was it did break down prejudice too. Definitely did. Yeah. But he wasn't like done. He wasn't doing it like we're talking about liberal shit because that's the quote unquote right thing, virtue signaling. He was doing it because that's all there was to do, right? It was no thought of it. He just helped them. They just happened to be Asian, I guess, right? Or whatever.
Right.
Southeast Asian. Yeah. Yeah. Hyper masculine. Now we grew up with, at least I did, with Arnold Schwarzenegger
Right.
and Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, I saw
Which
that
is like
dude in
these
my
big
nightmare.
beef guy.
First time I watched that movie, you know, definitely saw
Rambo?
that dude in my nightmare. You know,
Which
the
one?
Terminator. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that was the first really vivid nightmare I had. You know, was the Terminator coming after me.
Yeah. He's nonstop, right? Like, he
Right.
never lets up. Yeah. Yeah. That movie's fascinating, yeah. How and it's like he's not necessarily a bad guy. He's just doing what he's programmed to do. Right? And well, yeah, because in that movie the machines are bad, but they don't flat out say the machines are bad in the first one, right? It takes a while before you actually see what's you know who the ops are, right?
Right.
In that movie, yeah. Well, what did humans play? Do you think that machine intelligence was already there before humans even built it? "Quote unquote," built it.
I think there's something of that has sort of parasitized on human society right? That there's darker forces above that sort of control things, that unleash, more violent and primitive urges within man. Um, so I think, like, for example, all the mystical and spiritual forces, right, and the religious values of man have been, like basically assimilated into the technical system. So I think, like, at this point, it's pretty easy to say that, science and technology fulfill that mythological function for man.
Yeah, I actually
they have.
a passage about that from my book. If you want me to read
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
It's just short. It's Homo mechanicus lives inside a symbolic environment that has been technically engineered before he enters it. His freedom is formally praised, but his attention is harvested. His individuality is celebrated, but his behavior is predicted. His choices multiply, but the conditions of choosing are increasingly pre-arranged. The technological order does not need to abolish symbolic life. It only needs to redirect it from awakening and toward productivity, consumption, identity, distraction, and system maintenance. Almost done. The crisis of technology is therefore not only ecological or political, but semiotic and spiritual. The machine world has become a false vehicle, a vast system of signs, powers, and promises that claim to save beings while binding them more deeply to craving, fear, comparison, and dependence. In a Dharma-ending age, the danger not merely that the humans forget the Dharma, but that the symbolic conditions through which Dharma could be received are themselves absorbed into technique. That's my.
So you say no choices, huh? Did you start off by saying? Did you refer to it as Homo intellectual?
No, Homo mechanicus.
Homo mechanicus.
Yeah.
Meaning like one mechanic.
It's like there's a bunch of different designations for man. Like, for example, there's Homo faber, right? That's man as a tool making animal, right? There's Homo ludens, right, which is created by J. Huizinga, who was one of the founders of anthropology, right? And he basically
like an African.
said that, yeah, he kind of said, like, I think he was like Dutch or something like that, but he said, like, that man is like based on games, right? So then
games.
Yeah.
Game theory, yeah.
Games like represent human society.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
So he said that play is a natural element within human society, and it represents human culture to a large extent. And the major element of games, social games, political games, just all sorts of games, they play roles in developing cultural symbolism. And then basically, Mumford came along and said, well, man is a symbol making animal, meaning that our symbolic framework has a relationship to how we develop human society, right? That it's the symbolic realm in which man is unique from the animal kingdom, right? And not the fact that we create tools. Right? That's a simple, like a very narrow reading of our understanding. So he borrowed from Huizinga to create this. So Homo mechanicus, it's like taking this idea, Homo faber, to say, well, it's machines that are kind of dictating our understanding, and if I was to write, like, maybe sounds like I'm writing a preface to Buddha's book or something, or like a foreword, but
yeah, that the machine it's the paradigm. It's the God. It's our daddy. If you go one ultimate stretch to the name of the show. But it says all we can apply. Don't be a fool like your daddy if you want to be happy. Yeah, that's true, right? You can overlay that to that the machines. Yeah, they can do amazing shit, but it's still a fool in a sense. Yeah, but yeah.
Yeah, Homo mechanicus for me is just humanity remade by the technological industrial order. It is when the human beings, their symbolic life has been captured by technique and redirected towards productivity, consumption, distraction, and control. So it's like industrial humanity stuff like
Right.
Yeah, it sounds
we're
it's
remade.
fucked up. I don't think like my ideal day is because I have the day off. Just me and you guys right now. Ben's at school, and then Rebecca's going up north. Um, I mean, I guess the only technically machines I'm using right now is my computer and the internet, right, and then also my refrigerator. But
Yeah.
when does that, can that get out of hand? Is that out of hand? Do you think? I mean, I like the technology though.
Well, it's like this, right? I mean, it's like how Buddha said, right? This idea of choices, right? Choices multiply, but you're not, you're less free, right? So this is the case because, the more choices you have, sort of the less free you are, right? Because it takes more time to choose, right? So people don't really factor that in, right? And it's the same thing with power and control, right? Almost like, like power needs control, right? In a way, because like power without control is like, somebody who's wielding power that doesn't have control, that power can be used to destroy them, or they could just be a conduit for the control, right? So just because you have power doesn't mean you have control necessarily, right?
Right. I
So
got you.
yeah, so freedom is
Yeah.
not choice, power is not control. Those are two ideas I like to
Let's
say a lot, right?
say that again.
Freedom is not choice, and power is not control.
Freedom is not choice. Power is not control. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna bring this back to this. What Neurojack said about we're talking about the hero, and then which became the anti-hero. In the 70s and 80s, it was Charles Bronson, the racially ambiguous dude. I think he was actually Ukrainian American, but he looks Asian kind of too. Death Wish. He was in the movie where he was a vigilante, and that's the first part of your mantra. He's where you said, would you say freedom is not what? Freedom is
choice.
So, okay, yeah, he didn't have a choice to get the freedom to blow the scumbag, degenerate criminals away, right? He didn't have a choice. He did it because his family was raped and murdered, right, by these criminals. So it chose him. Maybe we could say, and it was like a freedom to blow those people away. But then again, the second part of it is, what was the power part again? Machine. The statement.
Power is not control.
Yeah, power is not control. Like he had the power to, go ahead, punk. Like like he blew him away, right? But after a while, bro, like he became to me just as bad as them. Not just as bad, but pretty damn close. When you're going around, it seemed like you would be, even though you're quote unquote doing the righteous deletion, it still seems like a lot of burden, a lot of karma you're stacking up, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I have a friend that always goes like, I'm the person that has to set things right. If someone's like talking trash to me, he says I don't feel like I just walk away. I'm the one that's being sanctioned from the cosmos to set things right. What would you think a Taoist Buddhist way of thinking on that? Would they agree with that type of thinking? Or would they have some pushback against it?
I think a Taoist and a Buddhist would have a different response to it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that's kind of like how me and Buddha interact, right? It's like a Taoist and a Buddhist interacting.
Mm-hmm.
They come to different conclusions about things.
Yeah. Yeah. What would you think the Taoist would say? What would you say? Go with the flow? They're like, hey man, you feel moved to
you're the end point of what's necessary, right? So and then I think the Buddhists would say something similar, but they would say to get out of the way of the process or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What's Shadow Buddha? He says, My earliest nightmare was Christopher Walken as the Headless Horseman. His teeth were crazy. Yeah. Was he the Headless Horseman at one time? Yeah.
A
He is a
Taoist
weird
is
looking
more
dude.
likely to dance while a Buddhist would just sit.
Right.
You said the Taoists would dance and the Buddhists would sing?
That's accurate. Yeah.
No, sit.
That's kind of how we are.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
Okay.
explains me and Buddha's.
Could we say that Buddhists can sit and sing? So you can have like a nice little collab? Sit and sing. You know the Buddhists love to do their chants and stuff.
Dharani,
Yeah. Hey Buddha, shout out Buddha. Christopher, maybe I'm getting confused because I know for me it was a creepy movie that Christopher Walken was in. It was from that movie called Communion, where it was based on the book by Whitley Strieber about his alien encounters, abductions in upstate New York. And there's a scene where he is dancing with the gray aliens and other types of aliens on the ship. He's some weird shit. You tell me, he says, machines are unique to man. So is Machine Lies. He's unique. Especially those that deny their daddy. Oh, what did Nero say? He said, how is our daddy, and the why is how we justify our daddy. Oh, Mel's back. Power girl. What answers can we? Here's a question panel. Can we do some I Ching divination to answer that? It's not Terrence McKenna up here. We're not doing that. Unless you do. Do you do that divination? With the I Ching?
I have done it before.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have done it before. I definitely looked at the 64 paths.
Interesting number, 64 paths.
Yeah, when I feel depressed, I open up a part of the Lotus Sutra and just read it out, and it makes me feel better. Read it out loud.
Okay.
Lotus Sutra.
The Lotus. What does it talk about?
Lotus Sutra is basically about how all sentient beings have Buddha nature, and how all sentient beings are destined for Buddhahood. It may not be in this lifetime; it could be in the next or something. And it's basically about how bodhisattvas can help you out and other stuff across lifetimes and to achieve enlightenment and rebirth or something. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Maybe these people need it. I mean, there's a lot of stories I've noticed on Drudge Report about the Gay Pride Month. It's right now, and then it says inside the queerest town in America, desert drag motels and the hottest pride. And so the Coachella Valley, that's what they say. Palm Springs is just so you guys know, is the gayest town in America at the moment. What's going on, Mel? You're back.
Palm Springs is in what state? In
California.
Florida? Oh, California. Okay.
So they have those white parties. They wear all white and take.
Yeah, I've not heard about
that.
Yeah, I heard maybe about San Francisco, but maybe that was in a past age, and now it's Pine Springs.
Oh, yeah. San Francisco's the Mecca. Don't get it twisted. You get your wig split up there in Hunters Point and some other places, but there's definitely a gay centered district called the Castro there in San Francisco.
Or are they just more visible?
Oh yeah, very very visible. So much so that I've seen police in San Francisco on their gun holster. They'll have the gay pride flag on it.
What?
Oh well, that's the cops don't represent the gay community very well. So that's again just like appropriating the movement.
No, I think it was actually a gay person. I think the police officer was gay. He looked like a bear or whatever. And then they have but I've also seen police officer with a tie-dye gun holster in the uniform with Grateful Dead shit with the little bears on it. It's a weird place. It's a very eccentric place. It's like Star Wars
people
bar.
Know the history of police storming bathhouses and stuff like that. So
female cops are pretty bad. you get pulled over by one of those female cops. I haven't been pulled over by a gay cop yet, or at least not that I know of. But yeah.
It's pretty much like being pulled over, but like by any other cop.
Yeah.
Well, then I guess I don't like them.
Yeah.
So going back
Oh,
to
man.
like the power and more like the individual with power, which I agree, like too much power probably does corrupt anybody. Like that's just fundamental. But like
In your own
whether or not to act on righteous anger, and I know we're going to get into definition and squabbling, but I'm just going to still say this. I think a big component of it has to do with whether or not you can maintain that internal stability. There's a book called Way of the Peaceful Warrior by Dan Millman. I don't agree with I don't agree with everything that book suggests. Like, don't take it like a Bible, but I think it has a good overall message. And I think that there's a way that we could just live freer, so that way we don't need as much power to get change. And that's kind of embodied, again, not entirely, especially not kind of like the beginning and the end messages of this movie, but Harold and Maude is a great movie, and I think Maude really shows what a free lifestyle looks like.
I've heard you bring up that movie before.
Yeah, Maude definitely influenced me as a person to be a better person.
Yeah. There was another TV show, a program that used to bring that movie up a lot. I want to say Seinfeld but anyway, what was it about Maude's? What was it about Maude's personality that resonated with you?
Well, she's like a liberated hippie, and in one particular dimension that's kind of irrelevant, so I don't want to get into it. She's a little too liberated, but in most aspects, she just lives kind of unchanged. She's not a consumer. She's done her activism. She's proud of what she's done, and now she's kind of in her retirement phase before she passes away because she's quite old. And she's really just trying to enjoy life and kind of spread that joy as well.
Do you see yourself doing that? I mean, you're young. You're not retired yet, but like, do you try to spread your joy?
I think my activism would be making a society where more people can finish their lives like Maude did, like feeling actually free to live it however they want.
Yeah. Yeah. Your activism, would you just say you're a human rights activist in general or something particular?
I would say my non-dimensional activism would be humanism. Like if I'm not like a leftist or a right winger or authoritarian or any of those things, it is humanism. Although I kind of put animals above humans, I think that we should be subservient to Mother Nature. Does that make sense?
Oh, Machine and Nero probably have something to say on that. Machine, is that like, remember the dynamic, the 1v1 in general, with the folks that are very conservationists versus what was the other one, Machine? I'm generalizing.
Yeah, you're talking about like my little dialectic between techno-Guyism and transhumanism.
Yeah, so the Mel, what she mentioned would probably be more techno-Guyism.
Oh yeah, definitely. Mel is definitely a techno-Guyist. I've talked to her several times. She definitely thinks we could use technology to improve our relationship with nature. So
with a giant caveat, I think most of that technology is actually finding ways to use nature itself.
Right.
So I'm not a technological accelerationist.
Right. That's right. Yeah.
If anything, I think. Oh, hello.
I'm sorry. I just had to see that real quick.
I didn't know if I was interrupting something there.
No. I'm just looking at this interesting picture. Go ahead. I'm listening to what you were saying, though.
I lost my train of thought, so I guess I'll just say, like, I think overall, like, the mistake that our daddies inherited from their daddies and so on and so forth, and that they never really changed, is our need to dominate nature. Our need to make technologies that control it rather than that enhance the ecosystem services they provide.
The dominator culture. Nero, what is that damn avatar? First of all, I can't hear you.
Yeah, we need that. How dare you? You know, by
How
that.
dare you?
How dare you?
They're like
Okay,
Neurojack's
how
brother
should
and
be
his.
better now. So,
There you go.
well, I won't name who the person on the cow is because I just
Thank
wanted to
God.
put a I just wanted a picture of Trotsky on here. But I mean, but what's more?
Wait, give me a hint though. Now you just can't do that. Like, can
It
you give
looks
me a
like
hint with a
Jay
person?
Dyer.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah,
Holy shit.
allegedly that's who it is, but I
Jesus,
just really
bow.
wanted to put the picture of Trotsky on there because Trotsky is kind of like whenever you say liberal now, like liberalism has become Trotskyism. So I mean, I don't know how anybody can be unironic postmodern liberal without acknowledging that liberalism has become a Trotskyist, you know, project essentially.
Even though, note, American liberals are now right wingers, so go off.
Yeah.
Wait, what do you mean by that?
It's like vice versa.
American liberals are very far from the left at this point, like the Democratic Party, for example. Most actual leftists I know who stand by their convictions are finding it very hard to vote for Democrats, even if it does push out the fascists.
Well, maybe, but I mean, are you saying leftists aren't Trotskyist?
I'd say they're way more diverse. I'd call myself a Bookchinian, for example, a social ecologist.
A what?
A Bookchinian, aka a social
Bookchin.
ecologist.
What does that mean? Sorry, I'm not familiar with the term.
So social ecology is kind of something. It's post-communist, by the way. That's what I was saying before about things are just going to inevitably change, and it doesn't make it necessarily postmodern. But it's saying that we can actually get most of the stuff that we need from ecology to begin with. So most of the stuff we have is kind of redundant. We just didn't know how to take advantage of
Well,
what
sure,
Mother
if you're
Nature offers us at the
if
time.
you're willing to get rid of like 6 billion people pretty quickly, sure, maybe.
No, not necessarily.
I mean, how is it not
But possibly
necessarily?
though, right?
No, it doesn't rely on that because it would really just be changing the infrastructure from something that relies on global infrastructure to something that can support it in a much lesser degree, and to something that where economies revolve around local and regional infrastructures and things like agriculture no longer rely on monocrops. There's a whole bunch of ways we could just do things differently without having to kill people to do it.
Sure, but you'd have to force people out into the fields like Pol Pot did or something. I mean, that's about the
Well,
only.
no, again, we're smart enough to automate things nowadays. Is it going to be
Yeah,
perfect?
but automation requires, you know, stuff being blown up, like mountains being blown up and elements dragged out and processed through chemicals, and I mean, you know.
Well, again, automation, as we noted, one of the main thing about polycrop agriculture is that you don't actually have to do a lot of working of the soil once you've worked it the first time, because it's everything. The crop rotation happens on its own.
Well, I mean, like I've been to a third world country where they burn their crops every year, right? And all that particulates go up into the sky, and it causes pollution. And so, I mean, yeah, there's natural ways of making, but it makes the fields fertile, right? So,
I guess that's the only way to do it, then, right?
I mean,
how they do it in America?
No, the answer is no,
Do you know
actually.
a more efficient way of getting
Yes.
nutrients back into the ground?
Yes, closed loop
Okay.
closed loop composters that feed directly into the water table, if not raise the water table.
Okay. What is that supposed to mean?
It means that anything that you compost goes into the groundwater that the roots are feeding off of directly.
Sure, but you're assuming that there's going to be that we can predict the rain the year over year too, right?
You could also just put water into the loop because it's feeding into, like, for example, water tillage that is common in agriculture right now. But if it's polycrop, again, you wouldn't even need to worry about that.
Yeah, but how does liberalism have anything to do with that, though?
It doesn't. I'm saying I'm a social ecologist and I can provide strategies that don't rely on lots of death to be able to feed people, for example.
So you're not a liberal?
I'd say I'm much farther left than a liberal, especially American liberals.
Well, what does that mean, though? What does left mean to you, though?
Well, being definitely anti-capitalist, for one thing, is something that liberals tend to fail on.
Well, why do you have a problem with Maupin and Rockhill and people like that, then?
Oh, because Maoism and stuff like that is just garbage. I don't want to get into it right now. That's just kind of a different thing.
Maoism is garbage.
Yeah, aren't tankies like Maoist Leninists?
I mean, honestly, I'm not the expert on it like Pilliter is, but when you say leftist, I mean, what's the difference between that and not National Socialist? I mean,
all I'm going to say is that they're like their analog is processed foods in a bad media diet. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. I don't want to get into it, like I said.
But when you say you don't want to get into it, we definitely want to get into it. Not to make you uncomfortable, but I think Mel, what's the true issue why you don't want to get into it?
Watched a video of Malpins or coffins or anything like that in like 10 years. So really, like.
I got some good clips from them recently. If you guys want to watch.
But I just want to ask this question.
I might have to leave at some point.
Because like home, so when you say leftist, I mean,
wait, you really don't like him that much? Sorry, Nero. You have to leave for that.
I might have to. It depends on when my partner decides to sit down and watch TV with me before I have to go.
But every time you bring that up, anyway, go ahead.
I'm just reminding you, so it's not a shock if I leave suddenly.
Yeah, no, I just want to ask this really quick before you leave. When you say leftist, I mean, leftism, like what's your problem with rightism? If like right is authoritarian and your leftist is authoritarian, what's the problem?
Oh, well, as I pointed out, we have a lot of things we need to do differently. So trying to stay stuck in the past is just not the solution.
Yeah, but I mean, but your answers seem like they're leaning towards authoritarian, right? So.
Not necessarily. I'm just providing solutions for one thing, and secondly,
I mean, some people with a mean mustache.
If you look at how I described
provided solutions too, but obviously you would reject certain solutions over others. So my point is
the builder.
If you look at like how I described how I want life to be for seniors, and realize that I think the model that you see Maud living out in Harold and Maude, you could say it's criminal. I think she's living as in a world, not delusionally, but she's living as if she's in a gift economy.
But why
and
should
what
we
should have is something called a gift economy.
Why should we be a slave to old people, though?
I didn't say that.
Well, why should? But I mean, you're kind of implying that we ought.
What I said is, I think we should live in something called a gift economy.
Provide the old with the fruits of the young is what you're saying.
No, I'm saying we should live in something called a gift economy.
What is that?
So, Robin Wall Kimmerer wrote a book called The Service Berry, where she kind of bases it around that as an analogy. Because the service berry, if you look at any plant, right, you can think it's kind of selfish. It's taking in sunlight for its own growth, and it's taking in stuff from the soil for its own growth. But when it makes berries, like other things can eat that. That actually gives them energy, and that kind of creates an energy and nutrient economy, right? Now, if we can create human scale economies, preferentially local, that work in the same way, that where we grow things so they can be gifted and abundance can be shared rather than hoarded, then we can make a huge impact on humanity alone.
How are you going to deal with the problem of like people who are selfish and degenerate
you don't let people own it.
And
you don't
evil
let people own Mother Nature.
What?
You don't let people own Mother Nature. It's there for the community.
Say that again?
You don't let people own Mother Nature. It's there for the community.
Well, what about when people go and start like pooping in the water supply and stuff, right?
Then the community should respond to that.
Who does that?
But why? But how do they not have the right to use Mother Nature in the way that you do, right? Like you want to drink from the river, they want to poop in it. Like who are you to judge them?
Once their usage of nature starts to negate other people's usage, then the community can come together to find solutions.
Then we're back. Then we're right back where we started from. Then, see what I mean?
Not necessarily. Again,
unless you're willing to take authoritarian action against them, it absolutely is back to square one.
You now have a gift economy, which is, if you put that as a layer on top of a socialist society, then people have their basic needs taken care of, and you have mutual aid to help spread out abundance.
Who determines what basic needs are?
Usually people who have shared common interests. Those are our basic needs, right?
So, okay, should Arville have the right to go and start a white community out in Arkansas or not?
like in my world, there wouldn't be any sort of overarching authority that would prevent that. If at some point that became an issue for the communities around it, you might have to deal with the communities around you taking issue with it.
Well, then you don't really believe in what you're saying. Then
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Well, you're saying that people should have the right to live among people they agree with or whatever, but then I bring up an example you
I
don't
didn't
like,
say
and you're
that.
like, well, maybe the groups around them might not like it, so they may lose that
I didn't
right.
say that. I said conflict resolution should be dealt with by the community. The fact that I think conflict resolution should be a thing shows that people aren't always going to agree.
Right, but I mean, like if that community is surrounded by 8 communities that are all black and don't like that, then they're going to have to deal with that, right? So because they're going to have to share resources of nature and stuff like this, and then if the Arville community wants to deal
Why
with it
would
in
they
a
need
certain
to
way,
dominate each other along racial lines?
because resources are finite.
Well, no, you can't actually design ecosystems that produce abundance, especially since humans are so good at producing waste. We can actually produce a lot of stuff out of that waste if we recycle it back into nature properly.
Sure, but a lot of people are not going to want to do that, and you're saying that we don't have the right to force people to do that. So, I mean,
Well, what do people do with trash when they don't have anywhere to put it? They throw it out, right? So if someone collects that and puts it somewhere where it can be decomposed because we're using all natural materials for
well,
production now.
I mean, I see people throw their trash, in common places that nobody owns all the time, right? So, and
Right.
personally, I want to go and punch them in the face.
Trash has to go
But guess
somewhere at
what? But
some
here's the
point.
problem. But here's the problem: is that I'll be in trouble for that, and they'll go along polluting. See what I'm saying?
Well, doesn't have to be pollution if it's collected in a timely manner.
But it's not because it's a common space that we all share, and they just throw their trash on the ground, and nobody has responsibility for it, right?
It's also not because we don't see it as a valuable commodity since we don't know how to recycle it like in our own backyards to get food out of it.
Well, you can't recycle plastics into your compost heap, but okay.
I mean, I have means to do so that I have to try out because they're experimental, but that's just because I've been studying how to do this for 15 years.
Right, but again,
autodidactically,
but here's the thing: is like when your neighbors don't want to do it, and you want to do it, and you want them to do it, and you can't force them to do it, then if you're the only person out of 100 doing it, then what difference does it make, right?
I think if your neighbors had trash piling up and you told them, hey, here's somewhere that you can put it that's guilt-free, they might actually enjoy having a solution, having somewhere to put their trash.
I mean, I live around a lot of immigrants, and I'm not saying they're all bad, but a lot of them don't care about the trash problem. Like,
right,
you know
white people never litter. That's a good point.
Oh no, they do, but I'm just saying, like, not as much as the people I live around. I mean, they definitely throw their trash wherever. I mean, that's my experience. I mean, you can deny it, but I've seen it happen. So
it's definitely not that like recycling calendars and stuff like that.
I mean, have you been to other countries and seen how like their view of trash and recycling? I mean, just saying, like
the recycling calendars in my city weren't updated to be more than English until like a few years ago, 2019. So it wouldn't surprise me if a lot of them feel like they don't know how to.
Right, but again, how are you going to enforce? How are you going to enforce that? If people, how are you going to enforce people to value what you value?
So instead of jobs, right, you can have purpose in communities by taking up roles such as, hey, there's some trash, and we have places to put the trash where it helps everybody in the community. So you enjoy.
So you're an anarcho-capitalist.
No, I'm not necessarily relying on capitalism to do this.
So are you a libertarian communist then?
I'm a social ecologist. We've been through this.
So you're an ecological libertarian.
Ecological is just your way of saying ecological, correct? Just making sure you're not saying something else.
Well, I don't know. I'm trying to understand what you're saying, because you're saying like, well, hopefully people will choose the right way to do things in an ecological fashion. I don't know how
it's not so much stochastic, right? Like we know people like to eat. Capitalism already uses a thing like you have to work or you can't eat. And so if all the thing is like, hey, if you're like bored or whatever and you want to have a purpose in your community, pick up some stuff, put it into this bin, and then you can all eat.
Right, but again, you're just assuming that people are going to like have this civic duty without any education or enforcement.
Oh no, there can be education. I'm not saying there can't be, but it'd be more like a preschool.
I mean, well, some people would say a gulag is a re-education camp, so therefore that's education, right?
Well, I was thinking more in the line of a free school.
Well, some people will say that's prison, but
A free school that you're free to go to and doesn't have as rigid pedagogical structures, that way you can actually learn at your own pace and how you want to.
well, I mean, the education system almost always becomes a totalitarian, authoritarian system, doesn't it?
Well, okay, it depends if you want to have standards for certain professions. Like I think engineers, you should have a certain set of standards for people who are making bridges.
Sure. Well, I mean, there's also a problem of ethics. Like, there's no ethics in engineering, is there?
There can be. Why wouldn't there be?
Well, there's not now.
How so? Like if you build a bridge and you're like you're thinking like, okay, I have this many costs, but I can also make the bridge really good if I use these materials. So I have to find the happy medium between this and the cost. But oh no, now the bridge will collapse within 100 years, and that means people will die. I can't do that anymore. Usually, the only red line for engineers is if people will die to a degree that's like within your control.
Right, and think of how complicated that is. Now you extend that out into all the ecological considerations you're talking about. Well, humans are going to become a problem, right?
Well, when we scale things down, we don't need bridges that will impact ecosystems as much.
Melanie, when you have these conversations, do you feel like the whole Harold and Maude dynamic of like kind of like a lot of people who are focusing on doomer shit, where you, like you said, seem like you prioritize more positive, life fulfilling things?
Well, I'm trying to. I call it the light green pill because it's supposed to be a response to green doomerism of like, yeah, we really are bidding our children to inherit an earth that's much worse off than the one we inherited. So how do we deal with this, right? And so to me, it just seems like you can just be a doomer and stir in self-pity all day, or you can try to find actual solutions.
Yeah. I think Neurojack, though, like in this conversation, maybe he's playing the role, kind of something like that. However, in real life, he seems like we talk about a lot of solutions, right, Neuro? We're kind of forced to be optimists.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying to force people to show their cards. Like, I understand what you're saying, but trying to deny that it's going to require some level of, dictatorship or authoritarianism, I think is just not honest.
Again,
I mean, if you want to,
sounds like fascism, Neuro.
if you want to, yeah,
It
if you
sounds
want to
like you're
have
putting words in my mouth.
if you want to have the technology, that's going to require a system, and that system is going to
What's up,
require people to do certain things, right? So if you
It's
want to get rid of all
actually
technology, then that's another thing. But if you want to keep it,
so
it's going to
for
require
luxury
something.
technologies. I think we might have to sacrifice luxury technology for a while. That's the only thing I think we have to sacrifice. For
Yeah, but
technologies we
here's the
need,
problem. What
I'm
person on
not.
this
Hey,
earth? Hold on. Well, what person on this earth is going to sacrifice the luxury of refrigeration or power to their
that's not
house
a luxury.
or
You need
hot
that for food
water?
storage. That's not a luxury either.
Well, see, there you go. Now you're proving my point.
Neuro, I guess if you're because we've been spoiled or so long that it doesn't seem like a luxury.
Yeah, absolutely. Hot water heaters and refrigeration and air conditioning, those are luxuries for sure.
Yeah. I found out that yesterday. I learned something new, that only 8% of Indians in India have air conditioning. That's crazy because it gets so hot and humid there. Only 8%. That sounds like a luxury, right?
So things are not luxuries when without them they start to pose a public health risk. Without hot water, there's a public health risk because of sanitation.
Well, the problem is that your definition of public health has no bounds and no end.
Get
You
up
can
here,
just
Joe
claim
Cool.
public health for anything. That's the problem.
Oh no, I think that there is definitely a bounds. Like for example,
Neuro's a fascist, according to
humans
Lizardry.
can handle a certain degree of acute and even a lesser degree of chronic stress, right? And so, for example, going without your iPod is actually something I think we can handle if it means our children inherit a better world.
Right, but other people will say their kids get a lot of relief tension from the tension of being autistic or something, right? So I mean,
Well, honestly, there's also a lot of studies that show that you can get the same thing from walking in the woods.
I mean, but you can't.
Well,
I think the tablet is.
but the black children in the inner city don't have the woods. So what are you going to do for them?
Well, we need to renaturalize cities and at least commit some buildings to becoming natural reefs, like basically vertical parks that you can exist in. and forward from.
Okay, okay, let's talk about don't forget the white children in the Appalachian Mountains. They can go into nature. What's their issue? What's their problem, Neurojack?
I don't know.
Well, they can't afford the dentist to fix
That's
their
true,
teeth,
huh?
so then they then they have another set of problems. So.
Yeah. Shout out to James. I haven't seen him in a minute.
Yeah, I think you're operating on the assumption that people will only do something like dentistry out of greed, but I think people who feel a connection to the community will not, who have those skills, will naturally care about like the dental hygiene of their
But you
community.
simultaneously sound like the person who says that like the guy who comes from like the Congo who comes here next week has the exact same rights that I do or my family does or whatever, and that we just got to figure out how to work our shit out. And I'm just saying like it's hard enough for people who already have the same language and culture to work their shit out. But then you're like, well, everybody just has to have all these differences and still find a way to
When did I
coexist and
bring
get along.
immigration into this for starters? Because I do think immigration is a natural phenomenon. Borders don't need to exist, but
What's
how does
natural
that
about our
factor in?
economic?
How does
What's
wait,
natural
wait,
about
when,
our?
what
What's
did I
natural
actually?
about? What's natural
Can you
about our
steel man
situation
the
right now?
argument? Can you steel man the argument where I made you think I was alluding to somebody else's skill set in any of this?
Well, what's natural about our situation? What is there anything natural about the situation we're in right now?
This one under capitalism?
Yeah, and economics, and
Sure,
a giant
there's still
fascistic
agricultural forces.
techno state.
There's still agricultural forces of nature that can change things. 100-year events are going to become more common, so that would be natural. There's a certain degree to which humans, being a metropolitan species, it's natural for us to avoid the elements, but I think we just take it too far, is all.
Right. So I mean, homeless people are doing their part, right? So.
Adrian Buddha.
I'm not sure.
Shout
What
out to
you mean by
Tommy
that.
Illuminati.
Anyways, like I said, it's time. You're going to sit down soon, right? So it's time for me to grace you with my absence once again. Have a good night, all.
Good night. Yeah, I forgot that. I should have thrown this out.
That was fun. I mean, I'm not trying to be a dick. I just think it's. I mean, I've looked pretty deep into this kind of stuff, and like, I just think that people have got to think about the implications of what they're advocating for, myself included, for sure. So I don't know. I just think it's interesting.
Yeah, I think the ultimate. No, that's true. I think the ultimate luxury though is talking about these things in the panel because they really don't have that much weight.
Well, I wanted to say we're the petty bourgeois ultimately.
I see. What's up, Little Wing? Good to see you, 07. Nero plays the devil's advocate to get people to think beyond their programming or preconceived limitation. Yes, he does.
Some people would say that is fascism, though, so that's the problem.
There's only room for one fascist in the panelverse, and I think Orthodox guy already claimed that. Sorry, Nero. Yeah, man. I don't know. You guys have anything else? Who is that? Oh God, that's a good looking couple. Nice AI.
65-22. What's the gematria on that?
Winning W. That's a beautiful thing, right?
I think so.
My wife and a lot of other women would say that's disgusting. But the guy he doesn't look dysgenic, right?
Well, it's funny you should ask because it was 2:22 and 22 seconds, and I happened to look at the live time, and then I looked up the gematria for 22, and it actually said, because there's 22 letters, it's a number of completion because the letters are used to create the world, right?
Right.
Uh-oh.
Melody has a good point right here, Machine. She said that's the reverse of Harold and Maude. Because the guy was in his 20s and she was in 70, late 60s. Harold and Maude. That movie. And it's interesting she likes that movie because she always brings that movie up. I'm trying to think what movie I would bring up if I would say I resonate with DMX and Belly because I'm a guy that wants to take life by the horns. But Yeah, that's a fascinating dynamic. The only thing is by the time that baby's 22, this guy's gonna be checking out probably. Right?
I mean, you know, you got to do what you got to do. I think he's just a regular old fascist.
Yeah.
Look
at Adrian,
I mean,
who likes cats.
But I think it all relates back to our daddy issues. Ultimately, I mean, this is kind of the
Think
whole
so?
thing. Is like, yeah, I mean, think about it. Like, you know, Mel's trying to deal with their daddy issues. I'm trying to deal with mine. Machine's trying to deal with his. Corbin with his. I mean, you with your. Like, we're all really working. I mean, I think Freud was right about like the way we feel about our dad and our mom and stuff. Like, it does kind of determine a lot of your life, whether we want to admit that or not. You know.
Hey, Karen Hartnett was better than Freud. She goes into that stuff more without the weird
Better?
stuff. Karen Hartnett. Yeah, Karen and space Horney, but it's not pronounced Horny, it's pronounced Harnett or something like that. She was German and she was a psychoanalyst. She went deep into the way parents raise you, and she called it the neuroses we develop largely stem from parental upbringing. She talks about that stuff a lot.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but I also heard Mel say earlier too that like, or was it Pill Eater? I forgot. So someone in the panel they said like, I mean that sucks. I mean it's good to acknowledge like where you came from and stuff like that, but like we are alive here and now. So no matter where you came from, I think there's really almost, I mean, no excuses you can make for your behavior either way, good or bad, except for you doing what you're doing now. I think about these guys who are from the Sudan, they're from Senegal, or Sudanese Liberation Army, or like they were child soldiers that used to get high and were kidnapped from their parents, and their parents were murdered, and they had to do drugs and kill people for the warlord. And by the grace of God, they made it to America to start a new life. Do you think they like ruminate about their past? You know, some of them become doctors and, I mean, even janitors, just normal people, you know, contributing members to society. And I would say they certainly had a lot they could have used as an excuse. The bullshit. Yeah. Shout out to Harold and Mod.
So yeah, Karen Hartnett, she was a neo-psychoanalyst. She didn't like how Freud was all obsessed with the penis and, you know, penis and other crap like that, but she focused.
What's wrong with that?
I mean, I don't think, you know, when parents are raising their kids, there's much psychosexual stuff involved. You know, like, you know, Freud was kind of weird. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, you know, like, but Karen Hartnett believed that she placed significant emphasis on parental indifference towards the child, believing a child's perception of events as opposed to the parent's intentions is the key to understanding a person's neurosis. For example, a child might feel a lack of warmth and affection should a parent make fun of the child's feelings. The parent may also casually neglect to fulfill promises, which in turn could have a detrimental effect on the child's mental state. She goes into that stuff more deeply. I read the book Neurosis and Human Growth over 10 years ago. She goes deep into stuff like, you know, like how your parents raised you,
cool.
how that affect your upbringing. Yeah, Karen or not.
But wouldn't you say that she probably was influenced by Freud? I don't know. I just think it's interesting.
Yeah.
Like I noticed a pattern when you say this person's better than this person or that, when in fact it seems like a lot of them are building on top of each other. If it wasn't for the other person, they wouldn't even come to some of their ideas.
Yeah, I mean, she was influenced by Freud, but she didn't like his stuff like penis envy or other weird stuff like that. You know, because Freud has a lot of weird, you know,
penis envy. Huh?
Yeah,
I think that's a real thing, though. What do you think, Neurojack? There's a lot of these. I mean, like these feminists out there. The penis envy.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know. Well, remind me what the exact term penis envy means, because I don't even remember exactly what that refers to, honestly.
Machine Lies, you want to take this by the horn?
Oh yeah, the powerful strain of mushrooms.
Oh, yeah, that's what comes up first when you put penis envy.
Yeah. And whereas if you could take like 2 grams of this type of mushroom, it would send you on an equivalent of
Shut
a
up.
trip that you would take like 5 or
He's
4.
right.
So yeah,
It looks like a penis too. Well, here's a Freud one though, right here. Female psychosexual development, where young girls experience anxiety or distress upon realizing they do not have a penis. Or could we say that some now size doesn't matter here? He didn't say anything about the size. He literally, but could you throw some of these soy boys in there with this penis envy?
Yeah, or
Yeah.
maybe you get like, I don't know, maybe boys have like titty envy or something. I don't know.
Titty envy. Yeah. Yeah.
Dang,
Oh yeah.
Freud,
Mel says
weird
she has
boy.
vagina envy.
Freud also had weird views regarding like anal fixation. Like, he
Oh
went
yeah.
and
Believe
talked about
this
the anal
lack.
stuff.
Hold on, I'm reading this. Sorry, real quick. Freud believed this perceived lack led to feelings of inferiority. Well, I think that he could be responding to like feminism, but I think ultimately, like, I'll say this, like, what I noticed, and I'm sure you've noticed this too, like, boys are very envious of their father because they have the mother's attention.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I mean,
I
because
that's true.
Yeah, I
and
could see titty
go
envy because, like, you need titties to survive. You don't have them, but your mom does. So you develop the titty envy.
Yeah.
Well, and I think for women, and I think for girls, like, they have a hatred towards their mother because their mother takes attention away from the father. If that makes any sense.
Right.
Yeah, we need the
I
hurricane.
think you're right. You have a good point.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
What's that?
I said we need the Paro clip, right?
Oh.
Right, as a real N-word with feminine energy, right?
Okay, since you mentioned it,
People be okay, because I know I'm not. As a real nigga with feminine energy, I am not okay with that.
Wow.
Check this. Look at who comes in. Look at our new friend Karen. Can you read that, Neurojack? Course's criticism for this concept.
Horneye. Nice. Yeah, Karen Horneye.
Wait,
Yeah.
okay. Modern psychologists, pseudoscientific.
Yeah, Buddha's on top of things here.
Womb envy. I mean, we come out of the womb and we spend the rest of our life trying to get back. We spend the rest of our life trying to get back into the womb, so I can see the womb envy, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. I mean, for me, I don't know how. I mean, haven't read Freud in a long time, but I do think that there is a lot of things within it. I mean, I think that men and women complete each other. I think sexuality is something that makes a complete person, meaning, men and women need each other. And I think that the denial of like trying to say that like, well, men and women should live separately and not be involved with each other or whatever. I think that's a fallacy, right? And I think that they're just trying to like separate men and women and sexuality is a mistake. You know what I mean?
I think it is, bro.
So I think that's a big part of what, like, I think this whole like sexual repression has been negative, but it doesn't mean that certain types of sexuality shouldn't be repressed or something. But I'm saying, like, generally speaking, trying to repress sexuality is leads to all types of things. And I think that that's kind of what Freud may have been reacting to. I mean,
I think he was on time when it was needed when he brought it. Now, of course, thank God we modified it and like evolved it, a lot of his theories. But I certainly don't think they should be thrown in the garbage, which a lot of people in the West have.
People go for Jung over Freud, and I haven't looked into it in a long time, so I don't have like a hard opinion about it. But I think that like trying to understand Jung without Freud or Freud,
that was his
like
mentor for a
mistake.
minute. Like he wouldn't. Yeah, that was his mentor. Like he struggled with the fact that he did kind of have to separate a lot of his, his from Freud. But then again, like a lot of their stuff matches up too, though. I think Freud's awesome. So is Jung for sure. Even the Karen woman, I've heard a lecture where they were talking about both those men, and that's the first time I ever heard her name.
Well, yeah, and definitely, like, I don't know. I think
critiques.
Well, I think a lot of it again comes back to, like, the destruction of order. You know what I'm saying? Like even even 100, 200 years ago, I think that the authority of both mothers and fathers had already been under attack for a long time, right? And so and for good reasons and bad reasons, right? But ultimately,
check this out. Still going on, bro.
Pretty far away.
It's the picture. That's gonna be my thumbnail. I told you this, right? Did you hear when I was talking about this now?
Which one? Sorry.
This picture. Can you see the picture? One of my students drew. How he feels about his mom.
Oh, I can't see the picture if you're showing it right now.
It's a picture of him. It says, if your mom said, please turn off your TV, he says, I would. And he shows a picture of him taking a revolver and blowing her brains out.
Yeah, I mean, I could see, the thing is, like, I could never imagine drawing something like that.
I know, right? Even as a little kid.
Yeah, even as an adult, I would never draw something like that. I mean, that's pretty, it's pretty evil. Even as a joke, I don't know. I mean, I make some pretty, like, crass things, but, like, saying I want to go, like,
yes, you do.
But that's a little extreme. I mean, I don't know why they would.
Who's this?
Kid will write that.
Speaking of, like, fat mothers and sons and daughters, who is that?
This is Knox. You remember the Knox murder
Courtney
in Italy?
Knox?
Amanda Knox, I think, is her name.
Amanda Knox, yeah.
Remember the Italian case where it's like a ritualistic murder? And
her child, right?
Well, it was like she was like an American woman living in Italy, and then her roommate died, and then they all told, like,
Crazy,
a weird story, and then she got caught, and then, like, 2 years later they found some, like, homeless guy and he confessed everything or something, so she got out.
Do you think she was guilty?
I mean, personally, I think that I don't know the full details of it, but I think that there's a lot of ritualistic and political and occult murders that people don't realize.
They overlook, huh?
Yeah, and so like I mentioned Dave McGowan earlier, and that's the book she's holding. So somebody edited her picture to, like, hold that book.
Oh,
yeah. But if you never looked into that, it's pretty weird stuff. Like, I haven't read the book fully, but yeah, it's a pretty weird thing that you can get into about, like.
Yeah, I mentioned this before, but Jeffrey Dahmer took some of his snakes to his high-profile politician's office, and he was just walking around the office like he knew that politician.
Right. Yeah, and he was in the military.
Wait a minute.
And
go ahead.
Yeah, and he was in the military, and he was in the military too, and he also, like, had, like, some pretty high level, like, contacts in the military. So
yeah, I don't remember hearing that. So, Avon, you said that Jeffrey Dahmer would take some of his victims around?
No, just his classmates. He took his classmates to this politician's office that he knew. He knew the politician just walking around
in high school.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, the book actually mentions that.
Yeah, and John Wayne Gacy was very connected, and, like, that's why I kind of talk about it. It's like people just kind of look at these cases like, oh, just some crazy person, but usually, they're usually pretty connected people.
It's all of them are. It's like, oh God, who isn't? It's more to say who isn't a deranged lunatic.
Yeah, well, like, even like the Night Stalker. The Night Stalker is a weird case, and, like, Ashton Kutcher's guy. I don't like to get into that stuff too much because it's a little out there, but it is pretty.
Wait,
weird,
what about
like,
Ashton Kutcher?
Well, like his girlfriend died from a serial killer, and then if you look at the serial killer, he was like had like all these, like, occult tattoos, and I guess he was, like, connected to some weird stuff or something.
You want to tell you something crazy? Gordon Ramsay. His girlfriend at that time was Dario Argento's daughter. You know, Dario Argento makes a lot of slasher films and stuff
Well,
like that.
Are you talking about Anthony Bourdain?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Wait, who?
Yeah.
Gordon?
Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah,
the
Anthony
naked,
Bourdain.
that big chef.
Anthony Bourdain.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no reservation.
Yeah. See, his
Yeah, that's some
probably
weird shit, Avi.
Yeah,
Some people, because they thought maybe the people were saying that Courtney loved him. So,
Argento is very connected. I don't know his exact history, but like I was a big fan of Romero, who did a lot of work with him.
Oh, George Romero, they're coming to get you, Barbara.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of
Night of the Living
Romero. I
Dead.
think he did some of the best movies ever made.
They
personally,
Live?
But well, he didn't do They Live, but that's John Carpenter. But he did.
Okay,
But he
never
did
mind.
Night of the Living Dead, and he did all those zombie movies. But I think Night of the Living Dead is like a masterpiece, honestly. But because it's very layered. I don't know. It's the scariest movie I think ever made in a sense. But it's
Can I
like
tell you
also,
something?
yeah.
Like I have a new thing. I'm always trying to be pragmatic, especially the last year, like and trying to relate these things to what I see it resonates with. And I have to say, like the rise of zombie flicks, like 28 Days Later and all these, is because it's a metaphor for the zombification of America. People are like, oh no shit, but like you know what I mean? It has to be, right?
It
resonates.
is. And also, I think if you really look at I have this whole theory that I developed about Night of the Living Dead, and I don't mean to talk about it, but I thought I wanted. Yeah, that's Return of the Living Dead, which was made by the other writer of the story. So John Russo wrote Return of the Living Dead, which is a good movie, which is a really good movie as well. But Night of the Living Dead is scarier in my opinion because it's about like the media and perception, and also like the racial stuff was a part of it, but also like it was also I think it was an occult movie because the original title was The Night of Anubis, and so I have this whole thing that
doesn't float off the tongue like as much, but it's still very deep.
Yeah, well, I think that whether they intended it or not, I think that you could look at it as like an Egyptian occult myth that they retold as a zombie movie about like
you
the
know what that
dead and
reminds me
stuff.
of? You ever watch Courage the Cowardly Dog? There was one episode that was so occult that it's just stuck with me even as a kid. It's like Return This Lab. Remember that? Return This Lab. Remember that episode?
Yeah, where he
Gotta
like
watch
summons
that.
the Egyptian god.
Yeah, that one. That was crazy.
And they keep singing the same line. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
really strange.
That's just interesting when they do layer that in. But then there's like literally the cartoons about occult, what do they call it, sadomasochistic murder orgy. That you ever know about that dog? That cartoon about the dog? I know you've seen it where it's possessed by the devil. You never seen that one? It's literally pulls no punches, no covert layered shit. It's just straight to the point. Yeah. Like the veil is lifted, bro, on all this shit.
Oh yeah, I think the most disturbing, one of the most disturbing I saw was Starry Eyes. That one was pretty disturbing.
What is that, coward? Cowardly dog?
No, Starry Eyes. No, in the horror movie, Starry Eyes.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, check that out if you like occult stuff and
But I think a lot of these. I think a lot of the occult themes might be unintentional and they just come through without the people thinking. So, like for example, like I think the reason they made the main character a black guy was like maybe unintentional, but I think it's because I think Anubis or Osiris was like a dark colored person, right? So,
like this guy right here. I got you, Nero. I gotta get
my nigga.
I might as well.
What's up, David?
What up, guys? How y'all doing?
It's pretty good. Pretty good.
I haven't been on a panel in like 10 years.
Oh my god.
How y'all doing, guys?
Dude. Hey, you guys, say what's up, man. This is my brother, bro. This is Shadow Buddha Shift and I. This is the fourth member of our quintet.
Yeah,
right here,
up,
David.
Welcome.
He's a good friend of mine.
How you doing, guys?
Yeah. Show some love, man. Yeah. There's Nero Jack up there, and then there's the Machine Lies, and then there's COVID Buddha, Alien Buddha. No. Perfect timing, Mr. Lancaster County. Sorry, not to the docks or anything, but like, I'm sure you have something to say about George Romero. Nero was just talking about his affinity for George Romero flicks. He's in Pennsylvania, I think.
Actually,
Romero, right?
I think. Yes, that's where Dawn of the Dead was filmed. I think near Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
I think it was in Monroeville.
Mm-hmm. Oh, Monroeville. Okay. Yeah.
You know what's a funny story about that too?
What's up, Dave?
If you guys are big into music, they had a situation where George Clinton and them were driving through the town when they filmed the movie.
Oh yeah.
And they were like
Funkadelics.
They took. I think they took LSD,
Acid.
and they were acid, and they were freaking out because they saw all the extras, and they were going like they said they almost like lost control of the car because it was like seeing all those extras like zombies. Like, oh my god, it's a wild story. You gotta.
They're
love
already
that,
tripping,
man.
huh?
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah. Yeah. So so Dave, it's good to have you here, man. Like, bro, we're our whole we've been talking about daddies. I was listening to Mary J. Blige's, I'm the only woman for you, where she goes, "Don't be a fool like your daddy if you want to be happy." You know that song, right? I
remember that song.
So, and then people flipped it. They thought like I meant like specifically, let's talk about our dads and stuff and how they're, they can make or break a family. What do you think about that concept? Dads making a break in a family.
A dad's role is super essential in a child's development.
Yeah.
No matter what. I don't care what they say. They say I could do it all on my own. We see we're living the end results of that right now. We have a lot of, I hate to say this term, a lot of YNs out there, products of that environment, without a father, without anyone to properly rear them. Teach to show them limits. Of their activity and behavior. They've been only allowed to be as emotional as they want, and now you got them running around here, and I hate this. I hate to see it. I wish it wasn't a problem. I mean, there's always been young ruffians, or we got women out here now that they're trying to treat their daughters like they're their best friend instead of treating them like their daughter.
Bro,
that you
part.
Know what I mean?
Yeah. It ends up biting them in the butt. Like, they're like, let's let the boys come over and they can close the door while they're quote unquote studying.
Oh yeah,
you know what I mean, like that type of shit. It's like that, yeah.
Man, a father's role is so essential. But yeah, go ahead.
No, that's cool. Like that's why Nero, he'd probably be with us even more. But like he's such a good dad. Like he's always building with his son, man. And I think it's paying off. Would you say, Nero?
Well, I'm trying to. I mean, I feel very self-conscious about it, but I definitely am trying to do that as much as possible.
This is important, yeah. But also too, like I'm glad you guys are here too. Like Avian was talking about his relationship with his dad now is really good, and then Machine was talking about like he had a conversation with your dad today. Why, Machine? Why would you say it's important? Because one thing I like about Islam is like what they think about parents and how. I'm paraphrasing this in the sense that like you should always respect your parents, even necessarily if you don't get along. If you're having you had like an disagreement or whatever, but what comes down to it, they're always your parents. What's your thoughts on that, Machine?
Yeah. In Islam, right, like the man is kind of like the leader of the household, and it's the same thing in Christianity, right? There's a quote by St. Paul, right, where he says it's, sort of the man, then the women, then the children, right, and so on and so forth, right?
Yeah.
That there's a natural order towards things, right?
Yes.
And in Islam, right, a man can have multiple wives, right? Because if a man impregnates a bunch of women, right, then they all know where the babies came from. Right? But if a woman has sex, sort of with multiple partners, right, then, unless you get like a genetic test, you don't know which male partner produced a child, right?
Right.
So those children will not know who their father is, right? So knowing who your father is a huge importance within Islam, right? So that's one of the main things.
And you also won't know where the woman's loyalty lies and all that as well.
Yeah, and that's the second part I was going to get into, because a woman cannot ask for divorce only in special cases. Right? So a man can sort of divorce a woman more easily than a woman can divorce a man, right? But a woman can still choose who she gets married to, right? So for a woman, it's more crucial to make the choice of the man she wants to be with, right? And so on and so forth. Now, in John Locke, right? He says that the woman is
Not from
just as
Lost.
valuable as the man.
He said they're equal value.
Yeah. He said they're equal. He said the daddy's just a sperm donor, right? So
Justice
this
from
is
the wow.
just it's a problematic idea, right? Because he's trying to dethrone this idea of patriarchy, right? Because he's trying to say that once you become of the age of reason, you can earn money and get your own property, and so you don't need to rely on your dad anymore, right? But in the Christian society, you always had to obey your father, even if you had your own money, right?
That sounds like these guys that can throw
John
their cash
Locke is
around.
a simp.
Was
Sounds
that?
to me he was a simp.
You sound like it.
Kind of a weird.
Yeah. Hey, David, it sounds like Fresh from Fresh and Fit.
More
Like
like
just
Abba.
because he has some money, he can be a simp and be right. Come on, bro.
Dude. Before I fall back for a second, did you hear about that situation? It's like such bitter irony.
Oh, about Abba and Preach.
Oh my God, he has like.
Oh, that's
kids.
just crazy.
Yeah. Terrible.
Yeah. I'm sure you machine. You know Abba and Preach and Nero and Avian.
No, I'm not familiar with that. What's that about? Is that from Fresh?
They're basically the anti-Fresh and Fit. They're like very popular streamers that they do social commentary on like things that are happening, and they're kind of like the ops to Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit. However, Abba is seen as a pretty I would say he's a reasonable thinker, right? He may be more liberal and open-minded, but he's also he seems pretty cool, right? Seems pretty based, right? But he would always have this stern criticism for Fresh and Fit being degenerates and whatnot. And what happened recently, Dave?
He was found to have a couple of relationships where the girls were really, I don't know if you could say this online, like they were unaliving progeny. And
deleting the kids, huh?
Yeah,
Oh,
a lot
wow.
of deletion.
Wow.
It was like damn. 5 girls come out.
5?
Yeah, that's what they clocked it at.
Oh my God.
That's
And he's a hypocrite though, Machine.
Yeah,
that's one of the top baby killers, like in that area, probably. It's crazy, yeah.
And he's also Canadian, so I mean that's, I don't know if that means anything, but
well, that explains a little. No, but I'm sure. I wonder how his father is. I never really hear him talk about his dad. Not that you have to talk about your dad a lot. Do you know how that is for him?
No, he's never really said much about his father. I don't know. We never really hear anything. I mean, even like Fresh and Fit.
Myron. Yeah, you don't hear about her. Yeah, Myron's brother seems very based and more measured. His little brother. I don't know if you noticed his.
I never seen his little brother. He actually had him on the stream.
No, he's a streamer now. He does pretty good.
Really?
Yeah, he's pretty. He's not extreme. He's not like he has manners. He's not. He's not as crazy as
He's
Myron.
not Frank Castle.
No, he doesn't straight cancel. Yeah, he still has those conservative views and stuff or not. Yeah. No, like speaking of your dad, like your dad raised like damn. You have like what 3 brothers?
No, it's actually 8 of us. So it's like 6.
Holy crap!
There's 7 boys and 1 girl. I'm the oldest of 7.
Wow, damn, Deacon.
2 different fathers.
Yeah, that's wild. 8. Yeah. But and then your brothers are fathers too.
Yeah. Let's see. Isaiah, Justin, Craig, and Greg. So 4 out of the kids have kids. 4 out of all. So half do and half don't.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they have a lot of kids. The one that is a business owner, he has 3, but he adopted 1. The other one has 1. The traveling musician has 1 daughter. My brother, who lost his wife recently, has 2.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
my that was, I think I talked to you about that.
So yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, that was very sudden.
Yeah, that was right after Mania.
Yep.
And then the other one, he has he's actually gonna have 4 now because his wife's pregnant now. But he has 1 from his wife that passed years ago. But he has now gonna be 3 with his new wife. And she's actually graduating high school this month.
What?
Pretty wild. Yeah, she's
okay. Yeah. His daughter, right?
Yeah, the oldest daughter.
When you said like, I actually thought about his baby mama. I'm like, wait a minute.
What?
Like, no, that's not right. Yeah.
No, that don't work. That don't fly by me, brother.
But Zephyr says, "Well, I wonder if they considered how women would be psychologically steered towards manipulating men, since they have the executive power in order to get what they want, like if they want to leave." I'm referring to what Machine was talking about Islam. Yeah, they can leave. I mean, they can choose who they marry, basically. Yeah, manipulating. Yeah, David Little. That's how we met under they're talking about male female dynamics and stuff, right, on the streams.
Oh man, those are the golden days where we were roasting back in the days of roasting Myron, everybody when they were like
Myron. Yeah, Neurojack. He used to come on our stream on the stream we used to go to. Myron Gaines. Yeah, and
wait, what
was it? Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah,
he used to be he used to come on your streams a long time ago.
Yep, the stream we used to go on the MD stream. Smash TV.
Yeah, but
interesting.
Yeah, but in response to what Zeph said, yes, it's kind of like Islam creates a situation in which women cannot liberate themselves, right? It's kind of like weird, right?
Wow.
So yeah, I would say flat out that's kind of what it seems like. I am a Muslim. I do support the Muslim way of life, but I think you have to be honest in how it looks at society. But I guess I would just say that it doesn't seem like women in an Islamic society are any more or less manipulative as women in this society.
Hey, question for Machine Lies. Sorry to cut you off. Why does it seem like in the Muslim countries that the regular people have to play by the rules, but the elites don't?
Yeah, that's kind of and I think you're talking particularly about Saudi Arabia. It seemed like because Saudi Arabia, a lot of the princes and the people, they are not really very Islamic, and stories come out about them, and I say that they invented that form of Islam, right, in order to control the public. Like, for example, right, Abdul Wahab was a guy who lived in the 1900s, and he formulated that form of Islam, right? So it's kind of like Islamic Protestantism, right, where they kind of created a version of Islam that's sort of super statist and also super modern. It was actually a movement within Islam called Islamic modernism, right? So that's the problem with it, I think, right, is that they wanted to separate the concept of an Islamic society from the caliphate, right? So that's the problem with it.
Yeah.
I think Islam is right about women. I think so. Yeah.
What do they say about women? Aiden, in general, what would you say?
Yeah, it's just.
I think it's mixed because the Arabs were burying their daughters, right? They were doing female infanticide. So there's a lot of verses in the Quran that talk about the value of a woman being equal to a man in the spiritual sense, right? So
yeah. You said burying. So what do you mean? Before they bury them, they delete them?
It's like in China and India still today, right? If they have a female being born, they'll bury the female, so they could while
it's alive.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Yep.
Yeah. Jesus.
Yeah, it's called female infanticide.
It's funny how, like, in the West, people, like, maybe it's my generation, people start saying, "Oh, I want a girl." You know, that's what the first. I did too. I mean, I was blessed to already have a son, but like, But yeah, I hear that a lot. Have you guys heard that? Like guys saying that back home in America, like, you know, I want a daughter. That's what I really want, right? I mean, I at this point, it's like anything that's any baby that's healthy is a blessing,
Here's
male
the
or
funny
female.
part.
But
I noticed that I have a couple of friends who end up having daughters, and the
Mhm.
majority of them are all players, and like, you know what I mean? It's like a
Yeah.
curse. It's like they didn't get a boy, they got a girl. Karma, yeah.
Yeah.
They have a really good looking daughter, or you know what I mean, that they look like they have potential to be. And I laugh. I'm like, well, that's probably karmatic, man. My friend, he cheated on his wife. Well, she wasn't his wife at the time. He cheated on her multiple times with multiple different
Wow.
women. Then they finally got married, and you know, keeping his stuff, the anonymity of this stuff.
Yeah.
He's like, well, I mean, she's always. I'm like, well, I was like, she kind of got a. I mean, I can say she has a point of giving you, you know, guff about stuff, but at the same time,
Yeah.
she did lay down and have a baby with you. So it's like, it really is. There's not much you can really say at this point. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Bygones and bygones. But now I've noticed a lot of guys, you know, a lot of moggers, a lot of guys end up having daughters.
Mm-hmm. Does that mean like me having the Mogger Ben? I mean, my karma was like maybe a little decent in that terms. I didn't do the ladies too wrong, maybe.
Well, also, there's a lot of women who, I mean, there's a lot of guys on testosterone or something like that. It produces a lot of female children too. So that's.
Oh, it does.
Allegedly,
If you have a lot of
yeah.
testosterone.
Yeah, if you have a too high of testosterone, I guess it does something to your,
Like a course
you know,
correction.
yeah, something like that.
So what you say, Nero? You saying I'm soyed out?
I mean, I had a son too, so I mean, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
I think that the karma thing is pretty true, though. Like, I think God's very fair.
Yeah.
Like, I think if you go too far outside of the bounds, like He's gonna punish your ass for sure. So
Okay. Speaking of that, like since we have some, you know, some cerebral people right here, David, can you explain the theory about like MD's theory about the sperm and all that?
Oh God, it's been so long since I read that book.
Yeah.
I almost forgot about it. That's a good question to ask. I forgot about a lot of that.
Okay,
I know,
wait.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Do you remember the general theory about it? Think of what you guys think about this.
I'm trying to remember what he would say about that. 'Cause he said that the book title was just as wild. It was a nightmare.
It's called
Sperm Street.
Nightmare of Sperm Street. I know you know MD, Max Stout machine, right? Nero.
Yeah.
Damien. Yeah, he wrote a book where he took some did some research about like how some scientists did a study, and they said that like when a woman has sex with a man, the sperm that he deposits in her, some of it stays in her or something like that, and then it affects
it changes their DNA 100%, in my opinion, for sure.
Do you think so?
A little bit.
Yeah.
I think people. I think this is the truth. Like, personally, I think that like sex is controlled because, especially for women, but perhaps for men too, like you pick up DNA and it does change you when you have sex. So, not necessarily like makes you become more masculine or more feminine per se, but I think that you definitely share genetic information through that act, in my opinion. So,
what do you think about this, Nero, and panel? That like my cousin, she had twins, right? Years ago, like I think they're probably like late 20s, and one of them looked like they're fraternal twins, right? One of them looked like her ex-boyfriend, and the other one looked like her husband.
That's wild.
Yeah, so
I've heard.
I don't know what's going on there.
That is wild.
Yeah.
That's wild.
yeah, I think that's honestly, I think that's true though. Like, I think that, like, I don't know if you, I don't want to like get too weird, but like, I think if you look at people, especially like a woman who's had a lot of partners, like,
yes,
she looks weird because she has the traits of a lot of different people.
Everyone.
In my opinion.
It's kind of like how like Shadow Buddha and I have been talking about like this concept of this one sect of Buddhists, early sect, that they don't necessarily believe in the soul, but I don't think I can describe it as they believe there's some type of, I'll just use this word, like kind of like inorganic container that has all your past lives, right? And basically, it's always cycling through it. So it's kind of like those movies where you see like, you know, people's all the faces of their past life morphing in and out type shit, right? And with that said, I'm thinking about what you just said about, you know, how the woman, when she may look kind of off, is because she has all those the DNA and all that. And not only that, but let's think about the mental, like her mental and her tastes and dislikes about things. A lot of the things that she dislikes isn't necessarily because of her at first. It's because her ex may have liked reggae music, or her ex hated sushi, or you know what I mean? Like, so it's like a lot of, this is why people go like, why do some of you men want a virgin? You know, well, it's because it's like less baggage, I guess, right?
Yeah,
not everyone wants that.
Even
I know that.
even a lot of women, like women want sex with the guy who every woman wants, but they don't want to marry that guy usually because they don't want to be like in competition all the time. You see what I mean? So it's
yeah.
So women have their own version of virgin as well. Like they want a lot of women do want a beta, in my opinion, too, because it's hard to control an alpha. Like an alpha, you're not going to have any control. So women who want a lot of control, they're going to go for a beta because they want control. And I'm not saying it's only that. I'm just saying.
Yeah, why go for someone?
For example.
Yeah. What is that, Dave? Remember that concept of the what was it called? Oofy doofy.
Oh God, yes, that I do remember. It's hilarious. They still champion that.
Can you just tell the guys about that?
Yeah, basically, you could be like a not a good looking guy with a really hot woman. They consider that an oofy doofy relationship where it's like unbalanced. You have someone who's like an unattractive with someone who's super attractive, and they try to say it's an outlier. Normally, it is an outlier. It doesn't happen often, but they swear by it a lot. Like especially in those communities we used to partake in back in the day.
Yeah, like Hormaxer would have been an oofy doofy.
I don't know if he'd be a oofy doofy or if he was drug maxing. Neither one of the two.
Yeah, okay. No, but but the oofy doofy kind of like resonates with what Nero was saying to me about like how maybe that woman, one of the reasons why she would get that oofy doofy guy, less attractive guy, is because like there's no competition. It's safe. She doesn't have to worry about some other baddie like scooping them away, right?
But you know what? That turns into a dark. I'm gonna turn it to a little dark though. What would you say about all these cases that are coming up where these teachers are getting with these younger guys that are 13 and 14 and 15?
Yeah, I don't think it's a surprise at all. Personally, I think that it's a part of female nature that people just don't want to admit. Just like they blame men all the time. Like I think I'm not saying all women are like that. Just like I wouldn't say that about all men, but I think it's a part of a psychology that happens, and people have tried to bury it, and now we're seeing the consequence of like not being more looking at that. Yeah, I think there's some sort of like control or something. Yeah,
like domination fantasy out of it.
Yeah, in my opinion. I mean, again, like how much you want to psychologize it is one thing, but like I think it's far more common than people want to admit. Personally.
Yeah, I think it's also too everything's hypersexualized now, man.
Yeah,
that's so much so that before maybe a female teacher would have had a fleeting thought of that, if that. But now like sex is everywhere, thrown around in our face with the social media and everything, and that like, and plus being more quote unquote friendly with your students, because before. Now a lot of teachers try to be friends with them, where in fact there was like a barrier between the teacher. Like you could have a cool teacher, but there was like a barrier. And sexual let's throw feminism under the bus. Women feeling liberated sexually, huh? Like that they can do that. Yeah. A lot of them are married too, Nero. You notice a lot of those stories? They're like freshly married and and they
young.
do that stuff.
Very
young, yeah.
Like 21, 22. And I'm like, is this a big sister, little brother fantasy you're trying to play? It's just alarming now because
Dave.
It's very
Go
alarming,
ahead.
especially with the young boy part of it. It's like the young boys kind of get swept under the rug. Or
Yeah,
they're
we
big
have
child support.
young boys. It's like we have young boys, and like no, I'd be pissed that some lady did that to try to do that to our son, wouldn't you? Our sons. I know I would. I think I would.
Yeah, I definitely would. I mean, I think it depends on the age to some degree. Like maybe after the age of like 21 or something, it'd be a little bit
Oh, that's
different.
different.
But
Yeah, it's
I'm
horrible.
talking about high school, bro.
no,
Yeah, it's
no,
like
I know that. I'm
movie,
just saying, like,
Antoine Fisher, right? It's like weird as fuck.
yeah. The Antoine Fisher thing was weird.
Wait, what happened? What's so weird?
Oh, from the movie?
It's like a movie with Denzel Washington.
That's
where,
a
like,
very good movie too.
Yeah,
and
he
it's
gets
sad.
abused as a child.
Uh-huh.
By this lady that looks after him, and one of the older girls that's there kind of like does things with him, and he doesn't really like it very much. It changes his relationship with women, and he's kind of shy.
I see.
And stuff. Yeah,
I see. Well, that's good. At least he didn't have the relationship with Denzel. That's what I thought you were going to go with it. I was like, no, not Denzel.
No.
As far as I know, he's as far as we know.
Yeah,
Are
Denzel
you
holds
sure?
him down. Like he gives him like a book of Marcus Garvey. Like Denzel is great in that movie.
My nigga.
Yeah. Yeah, he's different from that one.
He was a good. He was a good father for like 5 minutes in that movie too. That's my son.
Yeah.
That's
Hey,
my
that's the
best
Blaxican machine.
Listen,
Where he tells him to hide before the gunfight or whatever.
He's like, what are you doing, Jake? That's my son. That's my son right there.
He uses him as a shield, though, too, right?
Nah, Jake was like, he was like trying to like not shield.
No,
him.
Jake was trying to save him, but Denzel used him as a shield at one point. I can remember.
I was like, oh my god, you got my son. Like you sitting there like fall asleep with him. You know, the kid like laying there while they were passed out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
You woke him up by pressing a gun in his leg.
Yeah, like after he bangs his mom.
Oh yeah, that was wild. That was a wild movie. So it's funny.
And Denzel's a trip, man. But in the last movie, he kissed the motherfucker. Gladiator too. Yeah.
And then
I mean, it was more like what I guess I tried to get it on my mind. I was gonna say more of like a greeting, I guess, but he was insinuating that he was bisexual in the movie, though. They were Romans and Greeks, and as we know, right, there was a lot of that, right, guys, back in the day. Yeah, the Spartans.
Yeah, they did that. Yeah, not just the Spartans, but just normal Greek and Roman society. They seem to be pretty comfortable with homosexuality and even pederasty. So it's pretty disturbing.
What does that mean?
That means old dudes with the young boys. Yeah.
Remember Leonidas in the movie 300 roasted one of them? Just like you see the scholars with their boys. I was like, oh my god.
That's what he said. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, he roasted them. I was like, ouch.
Yeah.
I was like, wow. He really and then they were saying that the Spartans would they would copulate on the battlefield to get like togetherness, whatever.
Oh, I've heard about that. Yeah.
I was like, what?
Yeah, I heard the Shaka even there was a meme going around that Shaka Zulu, even his troops would do stuff like that. It was like, no, not Shaka Zulu. No.
He was too based. What the heck? No.
Too big.
That's what happens when you try to make bad guys a hero sometimes. You never want to meet your hero, so learn more about them.
Here's a good guy there right here.
That
what up, Craig?
Is a bad
Big up, Gabe. How you doing, brother?
What up, man?
I'm doing good,
What
bro. Good to have you, bro. We're my friend Deacon came by. My good friend Deacon. Hey, what's up, man? This is Craig, and Craig and the boys. Yeah, the Machine Lies and Adrian.
You know, I do have a good question for the panel. Do you guys see a sense will we return back to fatherhood again, or are we doomed forever after this point?
We're doomed forever anyway. We're fucked either way. If you've got a system like ours where fucking they steal your children and give it to the fucking Muslims, it's fucking disgusting.
Wait, I mean, I think that I'm an optimist. I think there's hope. I'm a realist too, but like I think that there's hope, Mero. And the only thing I can do is with myself, with my my students and my son and my people. That's I believe we're gonna be okay because we've been through as a human race. We've been through like crazier shit than even this probably.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it seems like pretty tough though. We're at the climax. It seems like impossible.
Yeah, we're
What
getting
type
like
of
tilted
climax
away.
are you on about, darling?
The climax of the fall of Western civilization. Yeah,
The fever pitch.
I was taking the piss.
I know. Hey, no, Craig. So I saw you, Bulba. We're streaming. Is he okay? Did he pass out or something?
Oh, he's always passing out. He's a fucking pisshead.
I found some interesting things about him though. Like Craig, I don't know if I think maybe you were on stream and you left like a couple weeks ago. That growing up, not to give excuses and shit, but like he saw some horrible shit over there in Cambodia.
Oh yeah. I
Like-
know. I already know his past. Yeah. It's disturbing.
Very disturbing,
shit,
guys.
He had to go through. It's horrible. I know his past. He's already told me. I don't really want to even report.
I mean, there's a competition though. Like you didn't. Your childhood didn't seem like Disneyland as well.
Oh yeah, my childhood seemed like Disneyland compared to his. Yeah, but my
yours was
childhood
pretty fucked up too. Yeah, but Dad, but like did you now? I'll ask you now. Did you ever get in contact with your? Remember, they're looking for your son or whatever, right? Last time I talked to
Oh
you.
yeah, no. We got in
Everything
contact about nearly a month and a half ago now, and my ex they got in contact with me, and me and him have been talking. It's been over.
Good.
Now
I'm happy for you. Cool.
The only thing that was restricting us from doing anything was money. So
Yeah.
I got none.
Well, yeah.
Fucking UK money is fucking shit, especially if you're on benefits and they only give you like £630 a month to live off of. Fucking shit, man.
The benefits is crazy. Like I remember in America, it's like even when you need help,
we would have a lot more money if they had fucking accepted my other half for being disabled because of a heart problem that she's got. She's got a serious heart problem. She can barely walk down the fucking stairs, let alone walk to the fucking toilet.
God damn.
Dude, this is so bad.
They
I
won't
love
fucking
this
do shit
conversation
because our
so
fucking
base.
benefit system is fucked.
Yeah.
You got all these fucking illegal Muslims coming into this fucking country and they're giving all the money to them. Our taxpayer money goes to them. Luckily, I don't pay fucking taxes. I refuse to.
Well, at this point, man, I actually it's a kind of joy to talk for one who's actually over there right now, man. Because I always say everything on the other side of the world is like freaking based, very based. Y'all been through some shit.
Dude, if you fucking know half the shit that the UK's been through over the past 40 years, as long as I've been alive,
yeah,
it's fucking nuts. Yeah, I could go over half this shit. Gabe can tell you half the shit that I've said, and I fucking literally crashed out on half this shit. And I crash out on fucking Muslims. I hate Muslims.
Hey, come on.
Dude, I heard it's pretty bad over there right
We got another contestant.
We have my Muslim brother right here.
That's
machine from Egypt.
I actually have Muslim friends, right?
You say your brother is too, right?
My brother is. Yeah, I disown that cunt. He's a fucking.
Well, you don't talk to him though, because he's a Muslim.
No, I want to fucking kill him.
Yeah, I have a question.
Half Indian cunt.
Oh my god.
quick,
Wait, go ahead. Avian Buddha has a question. Hold on.
Go
Yeah. Do you see it as a racial thing or as an ideological thing? The issue.
No, it's a religious thing. And the fact of half the shit that they're fucking doing over here. It's not a racist thing. It's a religious thing. Yeah. The ideology, Islam's fucking it's an ideology. Islam's an ideology. It's not even a religion.
Religion
It's
and
fake.
ideology are the same thing. But yeah.
No, it's not.
Yeah, like
Completely different.
like for example,
an
like,
ideology is an
liberalism and
idea.
ideology.
Ideology is an idea. Religion is religion. Christianity is a religion. Yeah, Islam is fake. It's a fake religion.
No,
What?
Simple as that.
No, it's not.
No, I think a
Here
lot
it
of
is.
religions are real. I think like Buddhism is real, Hinduism is real, Christianity is real. Which ones would you say are fake? You said Islam. Which other religions would you say are fake?
All I know is Christianity is the only real one out there.
It's not.
That's
It's
all
not.
I know.
It's not though. Christianity.
There's many
can't-
religions
Oh no,
out there.
I know. I understand. There's other religions. Yeah, you got these fucking bald-headed fucking monk people. I wonder why the fuck they're so. They've got hair around the side of their fucking head. They just got a bald spot. I wonder why that is. Is that probably
They shaved their head because out of necessity. Back in the day, they didn't want to get lice.
Yeah, the problem.
I thought it was more of the fact of
yeah.
They were giving head to the priest, and he was like, "Priest was rubbing his head." Carry on, my good son.
Yeah, the problem with the problem with the Christians is that they're run by Jews spiritually.
Yeah, we've proven that on your show many times.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're totally 100%. Like here in America, right? Like all the Protestant
I speak to
Christians
a
in
lot of
America.
ex-Muslims.
Yeah, all the Protestant Christians in America, they support Israel.
So do I.
Yeah, so that's a problem.
Palestine can go to hell. I wish Trump and
problem.
Putin would hurry up and nuke the
That's
fucking
the problem is that you're spiritually controlled by a small like cult, like sect.
I'm not. Get it this way, right? Be honest with her, right? I lost my faith when I was 16 years old. Okay.
Well, you know the Jews killed Jesus, but you are following Jews.
I believe there's
That's
a
the
God.
problem.
I was.
No, but that's the
Christian when I
problem.
was
Is
a baby, but I just don't like
that
I
in
don't
your
believe in-
Bible?
I don't.
Yeah, but the problem is
I
that in
faith
your
in
Bible
God.
it tells you that Judaism is false, right? So that's the problem.
Meh.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I wish Iran were Buddhist.
David's
I
question.
want to get rid of the small hats. I want to get rid
Re-
of them. No, my
The
ancestors.
reason I don't like fucking Muslims.
Yeah,
is
I'm not
because
done talking.
They're fucking
Yeah, I'm not done
stupid.
talking.
Yeah,
fucks
this
in
dude
my
is
hand.
Bergen. This dude doesn't
Yeah.
let anybody else talk.
Yeah, let me
Dude,
talk.
let him talk for a second, man.
One at a time. One at a time, everybody. Craig,
one at a
Buddha,
time.
Machine.
Because we're talking about racially charged stuff right now.
Yeah.
It's
First
my
of all,
ancestors.
first of all, hold on. Like David wanted to ask a question a long time ago, I think. David, you still got something?
I was about to take the piss out of him. I was like, is Bonnie Blue really that famous over there, or is she just another?
Oh,
person?
God.
Bonnie Blue's a slut.
Yeah, I know. I was like, she's
She's
really,
Christian, though, she says now, right?
She's a fucking moron.
does.
She's probably sitting in
It's
she's
like
probably
that
sitting in the British bro, she's probably sitting in the British fucking prison, fucking licking clout
Christian.
everywhere.
oh.
Yeah, okay.
I mean,
now
but-
let me move on. Okay.
Go ahead, Kid
I'll go
COVID.
ahead. Yeah.
I
It's
shouldn't
due-
keep saying that.
Okay, yeah, let me.
Uh,
It's due to my
Change that
ancestors.
shit, bro.
It's due to my ancestors that the small hats live. Okay, my ancestors made the mistake of freeing the small hats from Babylonian captivity. Get rid of the small hats, and a lot of problems will go away. They will start to.
I don't
alleviate.
agree. I see what you mean, but then it's like everyone's blaming stuff. You're gonna blame the Muslims. You're gonna blame the Jews.
well,
You're gonna blame this. What about you? You take accountability.
Gabriel?
Hold on.
Gabriel.
Huh?
Sorry.
Yeah,
If you look at the
Cyrus
case of
made a
Muslims,
mistake.
right,
That's what
they're
I'm saying.
following
Cyrus
the
made a
Muslims that
mistake.
we've got over here, the Pakistani Muslims and the fucking Indian Muslims.
Oh, we got a Pakistani Muslim here too.
Somalis.
My brother.
Why? We've got British Pakistani Muslims raping fucking children and women over here.
Hey, watch that word, bro.
Yeah, there's white people raping people. Yeah, there's
It makes
tons
no
of white
difference,
people
but it's
raping
mainly flaming Pakistani
no,
Muslims.
hold on. America is
organised
kinda like the
fucking
child
thing.
rape.
One at a
There's
time.
no-
One at a
no,
time.
There's a whole
America is kinda
show
like the
about
child
it.
rape.
There's a
No,
whole
see,
show
this dude
about
doesn't let
it.
anybody else talk. That's the problem. Not
One
my
at a
turn.
time, Craig. Like you and
Yeah,
Machine, I
not
want
my
to hear what you
turn.
guys have to say on this shit. Go ahead,
Yeah, the
Machine,
thing
then
is that-
Craig.
Yeah, we were talking about the Dave McGowan book earlier, right? The
Yes.
first chapter of it's called Pedophycracy. It's about the trove of child abuse cases that are some of them carried out by satanic cult in America.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so way more than the Muslims.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Craig?
Disgusting.
Your turn. Yeah,
Disgusting.
I agree.
How come you don't know about that? You just talking about one type of people doing
Goes
all
on.
the
It's
time.
fucking disgusting.
Or what about all the child trafficking that's going on in Israel? You don't know about that?
Disgusting. Yeah, I don't. I've never.
But you
followed any of
support
that
Israel.
shit. I never said I'd support Israel.
You did say that earlier.
Huh?
Just to keep it
I don't
100.
remember. I don't remember what I said 5 minutes ago.
He did say it earlier, though.
Yeah, he did
Probably
say
did.
it.
But
Yeah,
I
he
probably
did
said,
say
yeah,
it.
whatever.
Yeah,
Sorry.
he did say it.
Okay, yeah, but I don't really support Israel. I've got fucking one of my guys
Alright,
over there.
well-
Not one of my guys.
Well, you
one of
gotta be
our
honest
people
about
over
what
there
you-
right now. Sorry, one of our guys are over there. So yeah, one of our guys have been over there quite recently. Right, Tommy Robinson's been over there.
Oh yeah, Tommy Robinson. Yeah,
Yeah, he went over there. He currently went to the
naturalist.
US.
Yeah, Tommy Robinson.
Tommy actually ran
is
to the
supported
US
by
because
Israel.
he had a threat.
hold on,
to his life.
Machine. I want to hear what you have to say. First, we'll go ahead, Craig, then Machine.
Yeah, we had Tommy Robinson. He had to flee the UK because he had a threat to his life by ISIS. He actually ran to
Tommy
the US.
Robinson is 100%
Go ahead,
funded
Machine.
by the Jays. He's been for a long time.
He's funded by the Jewish people. Fuck.
Not true. Not true.
It is true. It is true. He's a Zionist puppet.
Not fully. If you guys think
No,
he's a
it's
racist,
totally,
whatever.
it's totally true. It's
He's
totally
not
true.
racist.
I can show you
Tommy's
how
not
he's funded.
racist. Tommy's
He's not saying
racist.
anything about being racist. He's talking about the money, right, Machine?
I know, but Tommy does help.
David
people
can
out.
say he's racist.
He helps a lot of people
Yeah,
out.
Tommy
I can't
Tommy
say
Robinson
anything
is
bad
an
about him.
Israel first supporter.
Bro,
Tommy,
I can't say anything
Tommy
bad about
Robinson
him.
supports
All
the
that
rights of the
time.
Jews more than he does the English people.
Actually, no, he doesn't. Because it was
He does.
him who actually fucking brought up 15 years ago, 16, 17 years ago now, right? He brought up the fact there's a fucking British Pakistani grooming gang in the UK. Organised. Yeah? Going around raping fucking children.
Right, right, but that's
Yeah?
the UK government's fault.
No, that's the police, social services, and the government's fault.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it's all of them.
Right, it's all of them
It's all of
combined.
them.
They're letting it happen. So,
oh yeah,
it's not the fault of
And if those people if they happen to be Pakistani or American, whatever they are, they're wrong.
It doesn't matter where they come from. They're Muslim. They're following their faith. We've got a guy who's trying to currently fucking sue the Home Office, the government. Hold on,
you're
hold on,
lying.
Bob.
You're
Machine,
lying
hold on,
now. No, you're
Machine,
lying.
hold on.
No, you're
Machine,
actually
hold
lying
on.
about the faith of Islam. No, you're lying about the faith of Islam. In Islam,
So
if
the
you rape
fact
somebody-
of
no, in Islam,
your
no,
fucking
stop
prophet
lying.
marrying
In
and
Islam,
having
if you rape
raping a
somebody-
fucking 9-year-old
See,
makes
look
no
at this
difference.
cocksucker won't let me talk now. Hey, bitch.
Yeah,
ass
one at a
motherfucker.
time, guys.
I gotta talk now.
One.
Yeah, you said in Islam it's okay to rape people. You're a fucking liar. You're a goddamn liar. You're a son of a bitch. Right? Actually, the punishment for raping people in Islam is stoning. So you're a fucking moron.
And please don't say that word again, though.
Go to your gay disco church. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Bullshit.
Disco
Your prophet is a fucking PDF. Simple as that.
Prove it. Prove it.
Easy. Go and have a look at it. It tells around and says that in the it's either the Hadith, whatever the fuck it's called,
The Hadith,
or the Quran.
Hadith don't prove a single thing about
Thank
history.
you, Hadith.
The Hadith
Right.
are not
Either says
historical
in that
facts.
that he
You're a
married a
fucking moron.
6-year-old and
You're a
fucking
fucking
labeled
moron.
her
No,
at the age of
all
9.
all of the Catholic and the Christian churches are full of pedophiles. This is a fact.
Yeah, I'm not saying they're
raping
not.
the little children. The
It's
priests
not
are raping
the
the
Christian
children.
church, it's mainly the
The priests-
Catholics.
The priests are raping the children in the Christian church, and you said Christianity is a true one, and they've been raping
Well,
kids
it's
for years.
better than
Yeah,
the
you're a
fucking
fucking
Catholic
moron.
church.
Yeah, so what?
Bullshit. Bullshit. I personally think all fucking
It's
Muslims
true.
should be wiped out.
Yeah, I think you should be wiped out because you're a fucking hateful little bitch.
Yeah, let me say something.
Fuck
I
off, you
would say
dirty
that
Muslim.
Suck my
if,
dick, bitch.
even if Iran were Zoroastrian, they would hate the small hats. They would hate the
Fucking
small
hillbilly
hats.
Australian cocksucking faggot.
Yeah, the small
You
hats are
fucking
children
moron.
of
I'm not from
Abraham.
Australia, you fucking
Small
twat.
hats, children of Abraham.
Moron yourself.
Let me hear what David Little has to say.
That's not 30.3.
David Little, any thoughts?
Hey, what's up? First of all, I've watched so many British movies that I love being around real Brits. I love hearing that accent. I'll just say that I'm a mark for that accent. Wish I had a Cockney accent though. I'm a huge Michael Caine fan.
Yeah.
But it's pretty wild. Like didn't they have that guy Savile? And well, he was like a notorious.
Oh, Jimmy Savile. Yeah.
Yeah, he was notorious.
Jimmy
for that.
Savile.
He molested a lot of people.
Yeah, he was a
Yeah,
monster.
but the BBC
So you're saying he probably was a Christian too?
I don't know if he was or not, but
Yeah, he was. But he was a fucking faggot. Sorry, I'm not allowed to say that.
Hey, come on, guys.
yeah.
The BBC covered it up for about fucking 5 decades. Over
he's
450
like a lunatic, huh?
Yeah,
And,
he's a
and
fucking
they
prick.
said they said the one Cray brother was that movie's Legend I saw. I
don't know. I don't know anything about the Cray brothers. I don't,
Yeah, let me
I've
say
never followed
some
them.
stuff. You know, you guys
I've heard
talk
of
to
them, but
me.
I've
You
never
don't let me
followed them.
say. I say that
two gangsters.
even if Iran abandoned Islam and go
We
back
talk
to
too much.
Zoroastrianism, it will still be
Well,
enemies of small
I
hats.
personally
The small
don't want
hats
fucking
are
Islam
the
in my
enemies
country.
of mankind. They
I'm
strike
sorry.
you.
Can I say? I don't want Islam in my country because they're forcing this shit on our people. Yeah, they're forcing fucking.
Does Islam control the government in the UK?
Hold on.
The thought of the small hats.
Government
Who
UK,
controls the government in the
fuck.
UK? Is it Muslims?
Some of them are, yeah.
Craig
Forcing
was
the
the
fucking narrative on our fucking
prime
people.
minister a Muslim? Is he considered
Yeah,
himself a Muslim?
is it?
Hold on,
Who's
Boba.
that?
I'm on Gabe's channel, bro.
Tell him to come over here.
No,
hold on, let me.
no, that's the other guy that's married to a Jew that hates Muslims. Zabalba. That's a guy who probably.
Wait, his girlfriend is Jewish?
Yeah, his wife is Jewish.
And he talks like that?
He totally supports. Israel and hates Muslims. This is Zabalba.
Bulba, come over to Gabe's channel.
I'll give him the link. I'll give him the link.
Right now, they got a whole squad.
I just sent you the StreamYard link in your Discord, bro.
They got a whole squad coming up here.
Well, I don't want to harm Muslims.
I've actually, Craig and whatchamacallit, and Bubba, I've had some good times on their show. They're fun.
Yeah,
I don't agree. I definitely. Oh wait, I want to say this. I don't agree with Craig when he's about Muslim. I think Muslims are great, just like all kinds of people are.
Yeah, I said not all Muslims.
I'll listen to what he has to say though.
Free reign if they come out here and start hating on
I just hate what he is.
Yeah.
Hey, look at the.
I speak to ex-Muslims who fucking left their faith because of what it says in the Quran and the Hadith.
But you're speaking to a current Muslim. It's kind of disrespectful with the things you're saying.
I don't give a fuck. I know about ex-Christians who left that shit because of how much they support Israel.
Right,
yeah, but doesn't say in your fucking in your Quran or Hadith or whatever it is.
See how every time I start talking,
hold on.
Yeah, every time I start talking, he starts talking.
Right, hold on. Let me talk. Right? Doesn't it also say in your fucking Quran that
no, let me fucking talk about your fucking faith, where you talk, where you defend
Islam faith.
PDFs in your country,
by your own
and you're a fucking moron.
Oh, bullshit.
You're a fucking moron. You're spiritually owned by Jays, and you support Israel, the country that's that controlled Epstein and all that shit. You're a fucking moron, dude. You support all that shit.
Like
you're a fucking
files. I think they're fake. But
exactly. Every time the Jews do something, it's fake. See, this is the problem.
We got Bulba in.
What the hell are you talking about?
Yeah, what's up, guys?
What's up, Bulba? Sorry, machine.
Yeah, the small hats are children of Abraham. And even if Iran were Zoroastrian, it would hate the small hats. The small hats are the reason why the Muslims flood Europe in the first place. Believe it or not.
That's 100% true.
All right, this is enough. I'm tired. I'm getting a little sick of talking about this Jew talk and Muslim
talk. You gotta
talk.
shut it down because they're gonna be talking about Muslims, and we're gonna have to tell the truth about what's going on in the world. I mean, this is the fact.
Yeah.
Well, Islam wants to take over the world. Yeah.
Yeah, Jews do want to take over the world. It's literally a plan for domination that the Christians follow 100%.
But from London and Birmingham have gone.
It doesn't say in the Quran that Muslims need to rule the world, but it does say in the Old Testament that Jews should rule the world. It 100% says that.
No, but it also says in the Quran that Jews, Christians, and anyone who's not Muslim should die.
That's 100% false. What verse? What verse is that? What verse is that?
I don't know what fucking verse it is.
You don't know what fucking verse it is because you're a fucking lying cocksucker faggot.
Fuck you.
Machine, please don't say that word, bro. Appreciate it.
I personally think fucking anyone who supports fucking Islam should just die.
F-slur.
Yeah, I think anybody who hates Muslims the way this dude does should be killed in Minecraft.
Dude, if you see what's going on in my country, they're raping women and children in my country on a daily basis. You fucking twat.
I haven't said anything that horrible.
They're raping women and children in my fucking country daily basis. They're stabbing fucking people.
He's literally gonna get your channel shut down for hate.
We had a fucking couple of fucking Muslims, illegal Muslims, come to our fucking country, right? I stayed over in a hotel in a Hatfield, right? Come all the way down to fucking Brighton and raped a woman on Brighton Beach early hours of the morning. Right.
We were talking about Jeffrey Dahmer and John Wayne Gacy and how they were, linked up with the politicians in this country.
Why is it all led to?
How about Senator Barney Frank? That was a gayish person, and every time I open my mouth and talk, this dude needs to talk too. It's hilarious.
I know.
Because all the senators and the PDFs in this
country. Hold on,
country,
Craig. Let him talk.
No. He doesn't want to hear. He doesn't want to hear the truth.
I know. I told him he's good. He's good.
No, he's not good. He's not good. That's a problem.
He's not saying anything. Go ahead.
I already talked. I already said everything I had to say while he was talking over me. That's the problem.
When I was fucking talking, you were cutting me off.
Anyway, if there's anything else,
this guy's a fucking loser.
We
if he had a one-on-one debate with me, he'd fucking lose. This guy's a fucking loser.
Let's do a one-on-one debate on the Bulba's channel.
He doesn't know about history. He doesn't know about who runs the country. He doesn't know about who runs Britain. He's a fucking moron. This guy's a racist fucking moron.
Mate, if I was a racist, I'd be racist towards black people. I ain't racist.
Yeah, you're a stupid son of a bitch talking about
we are better
better than you niggas. Period.
Stupid cocksucker.
Hey, Zababa, are you down for a debate on your channel?
Now, today?
Well, I mean, because like I'm really not doing this Muslim hate. Don't get me wrong, I don't like that kumbaya shit, but I also don't like talking shit about Muslims and Christians and Jews and all that shit. I'm on a different level.
Yeah, sure, I'm up for it. You know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I want to say,
go over there?
I want to say that.
Certain words and that you might
Hold
not
on,
over it.
one second.
Yeah, they say that, you know, in my personal opinion, you know,
If you
I
say
don't-
something about Jews, you're banned
Yeah.
from this channel.
Yeah, I'm not-
the
yeah,
next
yeah, well,
five
I don't
shows.
wish I don't wish harm on anyone, but I'm just gonna be honest. The Zoroastrians are superior to the Christians, Muslims, and Jews because you know your traditions are heavily
Does that count, David?
influenced. In the better world,
You
the
said Jew.
Zoroastrian tradition would have spread. The Zoroastrianism would have spread.
I mean, you're able to say it on my channel.
That's what we do. Baba, me and you are brothers. It's like you're the
He's
anti,
irritating
I'm the
drunk.
positive.
He's the irritating
I'm a Chinese drunk. Me? Yeah, I'm an irritating sober
Oh
person.
no, I'm talking about Bulba. He's the irritating drunk.
Yeah,
Well,
I'll
we
be
gotta
a
get
good
you.
moderator between your debate if you want to.
Oh my god! No, you have to have two debates if it's going to be machine live. I mean, two moderators. Basically,
the truth is they're not educated enough to debate me on any fucking.
Oh,
topic.
shit.
Let's be goddamn honest, bro. Let's
Damn.
be really goddamn honest.
Okay, wait. What if we do something so like a sophomoric topic? Do you think they can still beat you?
I don't
Rashid?
know. I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so.
Pepsi versus Coke.
I think maybe if they prepared for maybe 10 years, they could beat me in a debate.
He said 10 years, guys. Did you hear that? That's debating shit talk right there, bro. He said if you prepare for 10
I'm being
years, you could
goddamn
beat them.
serious. I'm being goddamn serious. You would not be able to debate me in 10 years studying the same subjects that I study. You didn't study the shit I studied for 10 years. You're not ready to debate me.
Okay.
Yeah, this is an uneducated hapless son of a bitch.
Sounds like I'm having a wank.
Okay,
That's the type of talk we're used to.
Live. I'll drop it in back chat. Not in back chat. Sorry, in
the front chat.
I'll give it to you, Gabriel. I'll give it.
I'll
to
post it. Yeah.
I'll give it to give it to me.
Give it to me, Craig. Stop.
What?
I was kidding.
But so it's a debate between Machine Lies and Craig.
Yeah, allegedly, Machine's gonna tie one hand behind his back, though. He said, metaphorically.
Oh shit!
He's gonna debate with his left brain only. He'll still win. He thinks
no
he'll still win.
worries. I'll throw it out, and then I'll hit you up on Discord. Just give me like a couple minutes.
He's going for a quick wank and watch some Pornhub.
Did this sound like gay to you? Listen to this. Did this sound kind of like spicy?
It's Family Cross.
Stop. This shit's not funny. Oh my god, here we go again.
They're looking at
Dave.
the gooning, you fucking goof.
Dave. Dave.
You a nasty ass.
I can't, bro.
You haven't seen Revenge of the Nerds?
Dave, stop. You're too turned up. Like,
It's Family Cross.
They're looking at
Dave.
the gooning, you fucking goof. What the heck was
You got the
That was very,
on that panel.
That was hella
You got
gay,
three
right?
gay
Hella.
Van
Was that fucking does that sound like a homosexual right there?
Great.
Damn, that's
Somebody inserted it without lube.
Stop! What the fuck was that?
Sam's one dumbass nigga, man. For fuck's sake.
Wow.
Damn.
Hold on.
I'll
see you guys on mine then.
Did you put the link, Bulba?
No, not yet. I have to.
Well, my
okay.
I'm already on your top list in your fucking Discord and WhatsApp. Just fucking send it to me and I'll put it in.
Well, I can go to the page anyway when it's ready. Whatever. Yeah.
Bulba's a little bitch.
Oh my god.
Let me see. Shout out to Mama Rebecca. She made it safe to Taipei.
Oh, that's
She made it safe on the Yeah. Her grandmother passed away, and so she's gonna go to the wake or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's just me and Ben. Oh, thanks, man. I think she was pretty old. You know her. You know on that side, her mother had 7 brothers. What? 7. That's a lot, bro. Well, that's you. Well, you said you had.
My sister. One sister.
David had 8. 8 brothers and sisters, or there was 8 children.
My mum had 13 in her family.
Yeah.
13. Damn.
Yeah, my nan had to wear a nappy for the rest of her life because her insides were fucked.
Wow.
Oh shit.
Thank fuck my nan's died, but lucky for some reason my mum didn't die. I wish she did. Fucking cancer. She had breast cancer. Fucking 4.5, 5 years ago. I wish it had taken her. Took the wrong person.
How's she still around?
Died. I have no idea.
Tupac said that why do the good die young and the bad outlive everyone?
Right.
I don't know.
I mean, that's just this metaphor or whatever. But
as I said, around about the same time, my auntie had a few days to live. My mum came out with the fact that she had cancer. I thought she was lying. I had to fucking ask the rest of my retard family about it.
Jesus
Christ. I turned around when I actually said to my mum the day my auntie died, I said, "Why didn't you die instead of my auntie?" That was the last time I spoke to her. The last few things I said to her was, "The next time I want to fucking see you, Mum, is in a coffin." That was
Craig. This is why I can empathize with you, and I can understand why you feel like that. But I'm going to tell you, and I'm be Dr. Gabe now. You're not going to have total peace until you forgive her. Really, genuinely forgive her for what she did. I'm telling you, man. And you're gonna shit on everyone else.
Yeah, you can't
because of that.
Yeah, I went through.
See, well, that's where you're like. You ever thought about some of the way that attitude you have could affect other people around you? Could have seeped over. Like, you remember you said your wife was sick and all that stuff.
Pardon?
Because you were saying your wife was sick and all that type of stuff. But
I know she's got a heart problem. Yeah,
I know, but like, what if it doesn't make it better with you having that hatred in you?
I hate my mum so much.
Yeah,
I have a hatred because of the fucking hard upbringing I had from the age of fucking 6 onwards. I started being an alcoholic between the ages of fucking 12 and 13 because of her. Yeah. My upbringing was never any fucking clean clothes, never any fucking food in the house. The house was always a fucking shithole. Being beaten the shit out of by both her fucking partners on a daily basis.
Damn.
Yeah. I'm not going to forgive my mum for fuck all. Yeah.
Well, then you're going to be in misery then, most likely.
I fell out.
I hope I'm wrong, Craig.
In 18 months. Bro, hold on.
I hope I'm wrong.
I fell out the window.
Now you're talking over me.
I fell out the window at the age of fucking 18 months old. 17, 18 months old. Yeah. From a third floor fucking building straight onto concrete, head first. The only person who gave a fuck about me was my dad. My mum was too fucking pissed nattering away with her sister. She saw I fell out the fucking window and didn't give a shit.
What the? Wow.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, my mum didn't even come to the fucking hospital. Couldn't be bothered.
What?
I got arrested. Who turned up to the police thing for me and waited for me for hours? My dad. My stepmother. Yeah?
Yeah.
My auntie. My cousin.
Well, Craig,
really fucking matter.
How did your brother fit into it, the Muslim brother? So your mother, like, she married a Muslim after?
The Muslim brother.
She had sex with a fucking Indian Muslim scumbag fucking when she was 16. And she fell pregnant before I was born.
Oh, so that's an older brother. Damn. Yeah. I always thought it would be a younger brother.
But my brother got taken away from my mum and was brought up by her fucking partner, and he supports all that Muslim view shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
Personally,
I want anything going for him?
Not really. He's an alcoholic gambler as well.
Damn.
Oh, here you are. Hold on. Here's the link.
Does Boba have this stuff? Okay.
Yep. That's his channel. Give me a minute.
Put it in the back?
I'll put the link. Do you want to? I'll put his channel link there for you in the back.
Yeah. Okay, and he sent it to me too. So everybody, after this beautiful song I created,
We're going to go over to Craig's and Bulbous.
The Bulbous channel. I've got my own.
Bulbous channel. Yeah. So this is where we're going to go to Wing and everybody else. Machine, I think you'll like this song. I made a remix this Sade song. Tell me what you think.
Discord, bro. Send it to me in Discord.
Right. Okay, I will.
I'm going to jump through the Bulbous, all right?
Okay, so guys, this is the stream to Zabulbous in the chat. Oh, you didn't give me the link though.
Yeah, I'm good on that.
Okay. All right. Well, we'll stay on the line for a second, guys. While I play this outro. All right. So hey, thanks for everyone coming. I still have that avatar on there. Damn. I got that Neurojack app. Okay, never mind. All right, so everybody, thank you. Don't be a fool like your daddy. Yes, this has been an epic episode. We'll see what happens. David, any last words until next time?
Thank you so much for having me today, man. It's been a pleasure being back on a panel in so many years.
Mm-hmm. It was such a pleasant surprise to have you, David.
And also shout out to Shadow Buddha. Tell him I brought miss him. It's been a long time since I talked to him, miss him, and hope all is well.
Thank you, man. Avian Buddha, any words?
Not really. Yeah, not really. Yeah, it's a nice stream. It's a nice stream.
Yeah, it's been an experience. Machine Lies. Thank you for coming, Avian. Any words?
Yeah.
Oh God.
Yeah, Deacon. It's very nice to meet you. Blessings. Also, all the people that are here. I appreciate you guys. Tomorrow we'll be doing a stream where I'll be going over the history of transhumanism, which really I'm restyling as techno-liberalism. Going over some of the main concepts, right? It's about how technology is, sort of controlling, liberalism, sort of acting as a guiding force for not only science, but also liberalism. So we're given a series of presentations on Nick Bostrom, the history of transhumanist thought, Rene Guénon. We're going to get into occult history with Rene Guénon, using him, and the views of Edward Bulwer Lytton to look at occult theology, right? And we'll be, sort of hashing out different ideas within, his work, Crisis of the Modern World, right? We'll also be looking at different thinkers that offer a critique of the modern world and the world technological system, including Hendrik Skolimowski. Who else we got? We got Mumford, right? We got Alul. Right? Obviously, a lot of people we've been going over. But yeah, blessings to the people. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Machine. Appreciate it. Everybody, check it out. Check it out. Our great brother Machine Lies over there. And Avian's got his Buddha, his book that hopefully it'll be able to be published pretty soon. Keep your eyes out. Mantra 93 channel. The other channel is going to be up and running. I'll give you a little preview on the outro right here. This has been Don't Be a Fool Like Your Daddy If You Want to Be Happy, Open Panel News. Yeah, and this is I made this song in this video. This is my new outro. Peace, guys. I'll talk to you soon. Stay on the line for a second, people on the panel. Shout out Little Wing, everybody in the panel. Lizard Tree, Zeph, everybody. Remington. Peace, guys. Let's see. Oh, there's Rebecca. Yeah.
You shed a shadow on my life. Shed a shadow on the love. To the shelter of my life. To the shelter of a life. I could see it in your restless eyes. I know I need a miracle to make it stay. I needed a miracle. And I never thought I'd see the day. Put a shadow on a love. Took the shelter of a lie. To the shelter of my life. I wish you could shelter me. Shelter me now. I need a miracle. Never thought I'd see the day.